Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Trying to do these video chats a little bit more often. How's my audio sound over there? Hey, Bill. Thanks for joining us. This will be an interesting one. How do I sound? Let me know if my audio sounds okay and I'll get started. Cool. All right. Happy New Year. You're probably seeing this after 2024. This is the last day of 2024 in the Roman calendar. And every year, well, it's my first year doing this. What I want to do is start putting together these sort of years in review with all the books that I read. And this is going to be relevant for the channel and the book and everything. But I figured I'd cover some of the books that I read, some that I had started last year and finished this year, some that I entirely read and finished this year, and some that I started this year haven't finished, and a few that I also gave up on because they sucked. And I'll just get started. So just to start with, my goal is to read 25,000 pages a year. That sounds like a lot, and that is 100 250 page books. So if you're doing the 52 books a year and every book is 200 pages, then that's 50 times, it'd be 10,000 pages, right? So I'm aiming for 25,000 pages every year. Not to dunk on the 52 book people. I guess it's kind of a dunk. But the books I tend to read are nonfiction, which means that they're extremely slow and tedious. And I do my reading every morning around 4 a.m. until about 9 a.m. And I write down the data at the bottom of my planner every day to keep track of all the books I'm reading. And my bogey this year was to hit roughly, I think it's like 68 pages a day, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's nonfiction and you're taking notes and you're doing keywords and you're sort of like blogging in the middle of all of it and writing your thoughts, it takes a long time. Like my rate is like on average, it's like 15 pages per hour now. It's really slow for nonfiction. For fiction, I can hit about 30 per hour. And then, of course, like some books are really quick reads. Airport books are quick reads. Other books just take forever. And this year was the year of the forever books. And a lot of the books that I read were kinship books this year. So I have a printout of the books that I read. There's a lot of stuff in here about kinship, and that stuff just takes forever. There's a lot of Bible stuff. There's a lot of psychology, a little bit of myth. I started getting into myth this year, and then a ton of science. And the science just takes forever to read. Okay, so I'm just gonna start with the pile that I have over here. These are the books. This is the pile of books that I read. And I'll just kind of go through these and we'll see. I'll just grab the first one off the top. Oh, yeah, it's the L. Ron Hubbard's book. I found this at Deseret. It's a thrift store. It's 75 cents. The Fundamentals of Thought. And I thought, why not? Why not just, listen to L. Ron and take him at his word? And this is the essence of Scientology. There's like kind of two prongs of Scientology. One of them is that there's the cosmogony, which is where we all came from, which is, supposedly there are these aliens from Xenu that fell into a volcano. I don't know. Watch South Park. South Park explains it. That's the goofy part. But then there's like the talk therapy part, which is like a lot of what this is about, which is the auditing process. The auditing process is kind of where you sort of talk through your resentments and your emotional hangups and all this. And it's just kind of like its own psychoanalysis, I guess. But it's built around this weird kind of sci-fi framework. it's so... This is, I don't recommend reading it. Not very good. Okay, next one. This is also a psychology book, and this one's incredibly good. This is called The Doctor and the Soul by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl wrote Man's Search for Meaning, which I read last year. This is just a fantastic book. Now, Man's Search for Meaning was the book that he wrote after he got out of Auschwitz. So he was imprisoned at Auschwitz. He saw all the horrors, and Man's Search for Meaning is like about Auschwitz. What got him through Auschwitz was this book, because he was writing this book while he was at Auschwitz. And from what I understand, he would write it on little scraps of paper, which would sometimes get lost. So it was just like a lot of reciting of logotherapy, which is like a therapeutic method to find, one's meaning in life. And what's so amazing about it is that he talks about his sort of trials at Auschwitz, if you could even call them that, just the horrors of it, right? And how he would, when he was going through hell, he would manage to get through, because what he would do is he would start simulating a lecture in his mind, talking about the hell that he was in and how he got through it. And then this is the book that he was sort of, thinking about as he was going through this. Extremely good. It really got me interested in counseling. Next one I have, Among the Thugs, Bill Buford. This is a wild book. It's all about Bill Buford goes to England, to Great Britain, and starts meeting up with soccer fans or supporters, football supporters. And he gets in with this crowd, and he sort of experiences the sort of riots that they go through, and he's very detailed about the violence of, going and fighting with other teams. There's just this horror scene when they go to Italy. It's really fantastic reading. And then like the last few chapters, like lower quality, there are way more typos. I keep track of typos in books. I don't know why. So anyway, it's a very interesting sort of analysis of just hooliganry, and and essentially the hooligans within this, in particular, he's hanging out with this this one fellow. Oh, I forgot his name, but the star of this book. And what's amazing is that like football supporting, like the support of football and in England for these guys is their religion, because a lot, they all work like plumbing and electrician jobs, but every Saturday, without fail, they go and they ride the train, and what they do is they do something called living on. I wish I could get you the info, but you're basically not spending any money on your entire trip. So, for example, if you're going to go to Italy, the goal is to, first of all, you have to get around the fact that they're banned from Italy, so you have to like manage to get in to Italy somehow. And they managed to like secure tickets from some, like black market dealer, right? And then the goal is to not pay a dime, including, your hotel stay, all the beer, and if that means stealing a bunch of money, then you steal a bunch of money. It's really horrific. But it's an interesting look at how the religion, or the violence of these guys is like very lofty. And I think that, this is to me, it's influential for the book that I'm writing, because I do think that human violence is not animalistic. Even this kind of violence is not the work of animals. These are not animals. These are people. And you can ask any of them, and he does. He starts to kind of ask questions about, like, why do you do this? And at first they're kind of like, yeah, it's because we just, because we want to. But at a certain point, he starts to kind of get into, like, the meaning of it for them. It's like this family relationship that they have. And it's so it's kind of like a postmodern lens on family. Extremely good. He's written other books too, but they have nothing to do with violence. He wrote one on cooking or something. He's worked in a restaurant. All right, next book I have, changing gears significantly, is The Law of War and Peace. I got this some time ago. This is Hugo Grotius. This is written in the 17th century. So in the context of international law, there was no such thing as international law. In fact, there technically still isn't, because if you don't have a governing authority, then you technically don't have law. You just kind of have a bunch of groups that are agreeing to some kind of international law. And so Hugo Grotius was, a Dutch lawyer, I think, who decided to just like codify all these laws and try and like come up with an international law around piracy, theft, hostages, slavery, a lot of the things that we don't do anymore in the civilized world. And also vendetta, collecting, debts, punishments. And so there's just some like really, there's just some like striking kind of differences when you read something like this from the 17th century and you compare it today. And in a lot of ways, though, like today's wars very much sort of follow this same format. We're actually more restricted now than we were back then. War is extremely restricted because the weapons are so different. Hugo Grotius was writing this at a time when firearms were just sort of starting to pick up. And so it was probably more and more necessary to develop, an international law around these things. What I love about this book, by the way, this is the abridged version of the book. He has there is an unabridged version, which has just, and like what he does is he just like goes way into the primary sources for all this stuff, and it's full of primary sources, and the primary sources are like Livy, Seneca, all these like Roman statesmen, and he'll just, in Aristotle, and he'll just block quote for ages. Sometimes just in Latin too, because if you're reading this, clearly you can understand Latin. I think that this translator translated everything from Latin into English. But he'll quote the Greek, he'll quote Latin. But everybody like all lawyers and politicians, they all spoke Greek and Latin back then. In fact, I think the first version of this was in Latin. So anyway, it took me forever to read this because you're reading just laws. It's very tiring. So it probably took me about 6 months to read this thing, just like 4 pages at a time. I don't recommend it, but it is good. If you want to know about law, it's great. All right. This is one of the worst books I read this year, and I didn't expect it to be. It's called Demonic Foes by Richard Gallagher. He's got an interesting angle. You can watch his podcast. He's done interviews on podcasts, and I saw him talking about exorcism and possession. And he's a psychiatrist who followed a priest around and like went to the various exorcisms and whatnot. And the priests, that he interviews, he follows one in particular around. And I can't remember his name, but the priest that he follows around kind of swears that there are exorcisms where people will levitate and supernatural things will happen, but there's no video, there's no photos, there's no evidence. There's just sort of like the testimony of the priests involved, and you hear similar things about 10,000 people seeing apparitions in the sky. Right, you hear this stuff, and so you just have to ask, like, could it be that they were possibly sort of claiming that what are they like? If you're in a room with someone who's possessed, right? Which possession, if you follow something like Internal Family Systems or Jean-Michel Agourlian's perspective, which I think is the more reasonable one, that like possession is much more likely to be a sort of set of these bundled intents that get stuck in your subconscious and your conscious, however you want to describe that. But essentially, you sort of have these things talking to you and like running this program in your subconscious, right? And then it makes you just kind of like act out and do strange things and get into hysterics and whatnot. And he explains it far better in Puppet of Desire. This is the book to read about possession if you're interested in it. He doesn't get into like it's not like demons flying around with pitchforks. This has nothing to do with that. It's all very like grounded. And unfortunately, the sciences have kind of like extricated possession and exorcism entirely, and now it's entirely about like, well, how do you feel about things, or sort of like impulse control and whatnot. So on the one hand, I kind of appreciate that Gallagher is taking a more traditional view towards exorcism, that it is sort of something from without. But of course, being Catholic, he has a very clear angle on this. His his sort of like medicine for all of his patients is like go to mass. And so it's kind of like, okay, like, is that really solving it? Don't know. This problem keeps cropping up. Not sure what's going on. Anyway, one of the worst books, because it's just like, I felt that it was just too pandery, and it's a very kind of stale read. It doesn't read very well. And there's a lot of kind of, I don't know, it just feels kind of like fluffy at times. Anyway, moving on. Hannah Arendt's Eichmann in Jerusalem. One of the best that you will ever read about the Holocaust. So Hannah Arendt is very difficult to read. She's incredibly hard to read, and I've read her On Violence and On Revolution. Those are very good too, but they're sort of broad. But this one is about one man, one trial, and the story of Eichmann. Eichmann was the transportation coordinator for the Third Reich, meaning he shipped Jews and lots of other people to concentration camps for extermination. And the way that he described it, well, first he did that, and then as the Third Reich started falling, and like one of the reasons that the Third Reich started falling too is just like incessant infighting, just tons of infighting, and like jockeying for position, and a lot of Nazis sort of like being disenchanted with the whole thing, and like feeling that there was like no point to it, and so at any rate, the Third Reich goes down. Hitler kills himself. Eichmann and a bunch of Nazis flee to Argentina. I think he went to Argentina, and Eichmann's just there for like 10 years doing nothing. Like he's building a house, and then what I understand is that Israel, they managed, the Israeli government, and Israel had only recently become like a sovereign state. The Israeli government goes and kidnaps him, and I think it's technically illegal what they did. Although they're breaking the laws like nothing compared to what this guy did, so I think they felt it was justified. And then they take him to Jerusalem for the trial, and that's crazy because almost all of the Third Reich was tried in Nuremberg, Germany, and this guy was tried in Jerusalem. And so Arendt sort of starts off the book by like saying straight up like this could be a circus. It could very well be a circus. But she notes, she profiles the judges who were involved, and the judges were extremely patient. And Eichmann and his lawyer were, Eichmann's lawyer, Severius, I think his name was. It says that, gosh, I could have sworn it was like 1962 or so when they captured him. I can't remember. Anyway, and essentially the trial, like they were actually very careful at the trial not to like invite too much witness testimony, which is interesting because like how much closer to the bone could you be than like being a witness or a victim of the Holocaust in Jerusalem, trying this guy that shipped you or your loved ones to your potential or eventual death. So they had to be very careful not to like let that like tilt the scales unfavorably against us, which is like kind of crazy to talk about. But here's the thing: Eichmann did not think that he did anything wrong. He was just following orders, he says, and he was just transporting people. And his view, and this is the worst part, like he thought that putting people to death was medicine, right? Like like putting somebody to death, and they killed Jews, and they also killed people who were mentally disabled or whatever you were. If you were considered like an invalid in the context of the Third Reich, you were medically dealt with by killing you. So it's a very hard read, both spiritually. She's such a good writer. I don't think you can really accuse her of being biased. That's what's crazy. Her being Jewish, writing in Israel at the time. Like, she wrote the least biased book that she could, least biased account of this as she could. I don't think it gets better. I honestly haven't read any other like books about the trials of the Third Reich. But if you want a good one, this one is good. Okay, I'm going to go on to some linguistics now. So, symbolic species. So this is Terence Deacon's book about... now, here's a theme, by the way. Like, one of the themes this year was I really wanted to read more... much more about, like, the history of evolutionary science. That's what... And I really wanted to have a good handle on this before I wrote the book. Because the book kind of deals with like the evolution of violence and like its implications with language and all this, right? And I wanted to know kind of where the sort of not just the mainstream sciences, but like the best of the sciences, where they stood on the issue of language and like where it came from. And so Terence Deacon is a big name in linguistics. I believe he's a professor, or he was a professor at Berkeley. And he wrote The Symbolic Species, the coevolution of language and the brain. And so the thrust of this 400 and something pages. Again, if you're gonna do the 52 books in a year, this is one of your books. Like, good luck. So when you read with Deacon's theory is essentially very similar to like what you would call a component features approach of human evolution, which is that as there was like this upright ape or whatever, or some ape that left the forest, some group of apes that left the forest, and then through the sort of like trials of going out into the savannah, they became upright, their brains got bigger, and they evolved language. And this is just like 460 pages about that. And one of his claims is that chimpanzees today can actually understand symbolic language, and it's one of the most confusing things I've ever read. He writes about this experiment that they did on chimpanzees with lexigraphs or something. I could not understand what he was talking about. Sorry, just incredibly hard to understand. But overall, his view is what's called an autocatalytic. He believes that the brain and language sort of are involved in an autocatalytic process, whereby the more you use language, the bigger your brain gets. The bigger your brain gets, the more you use language. And so the belief is that language is just this on this continuum from chimpanzee communication to human language, and that hominids were somewhere in between, and then now we have this language over here, but chimps have this language over here. Totally disagree. Mr. Deacon, I would love to talk to you about this sometime and present my hypothesis, which is like very simple compared to this. I could do it in much less time. I know as a debate, if we were to debate, you might slaughter me with a lot of scientific data, but ultimately the issue with this theory is that it's so damn complicated. And it only recognizes language as a communication device. It doesn't really, it can't understand how language and religion could actually like function in the same environment. Religion is sort of seen as this like additional sort of, or the sacred, the idea of the sacred, sort of seen as this like optional path from like raw communication to modern day scientific thought. So I didn't think it was very good. All right, I'm going to take some questions real quick because people are blowing up, especially after the Eichmann thing. Oh, boy. Let's see. All right. let's see here. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Scientology got that actor in trouble. Yeah, Scientology. I read a second Scientology book. I don't actually know if I've put it on my list. It's called The History of Man. Just like his like trillion-year history of mankind. It's not very good. Okay, let's see. Are you familiar? Okay, so FIA, are you familiar with the Japanese labs? History in the World War II era? Yes. Oh, what was it called? Lab 624, whatever it was. Yeah, familiar with that. There's a great book, by the way. It's called Zen at War. This is all about how this is going to be hard for some people to swallow. But the fact that Zen Buddhism was complicit in the war effort leading up to World War II in Japan and didn't really admit that for like 40 years. But Zen Buddhism is not a religion of human experimentation. Zen Buddhism is a religion that separates, well, according to Brian Victoria, who is a communist who speaks Japanese and who's very sympathetic to like the Japanese sort of cause. And there's a lot of discussion about like pre-World War II anti-communism in Japan also. It's actually very interesting. It's an interesting history book. And I believe he's also a Zen Buddhist, but like any religion, you can use it to justify atrocities. And what Zen Buddhism can do as a swordsman is it can sort of like separate you from the weapon so that you might feel like, well, if I'm killing a guy, I'm actually not killing him. It's the blade that's doing it. And I'm doing it to, I don't know, purify the race or whatever it is. So that's a whole ball of wax with Japan. And I don't really know if I can say anything else on that. But yes, horrible. Horrible. Although, I think China is still making films about how bad Japanese were. And they're kind of Ronald Reagan films, you know? Let's see. Man, okay, so Gentle Storm says, may I suggest a show where we do in the shadows about vampire? So I'm looking for questions here. I don't have a moderator, sorry. Bill says, Colonia, let's see, was a real thing that still exists in South America today. You guys seem to be having a conversation about this. That's cool. Talking about Rogan. Tim Kennedy, hunting for Hitler. Interesting. Never heard of that one. There's an interesting, there's some interesting documentaries about like Nazi hunters following World War II and the sort of, you know, how like should you break the law to go into Argentina and like get these guys, right? It's kind of an interesting question. Maybe we should ask Grotius. Let's see. Adolf Netanyahu bothers me. Arab bikers on call. I mean, I don't look. I'll be honest, man. I don't really know enough about modern Israel. I can talk about ancient Israel all day, but like modern Israeli politics, I'm sorry, I just don't have anything to say about that. It sounds very interesting. Let's just say, and everybody's very passionate about it. Okay. Let me just move on here. Okay. I'm going to move on. Gaza, Eric. That is why I mentioned it. Yeah, I know. It's difficult. It's not a simple thing, right? Like, I just finished First Maccabees. And that's in my list. Maybe I'll just talk about that now. First Maccabees, and I do have a copy of it here. I read, this one right here. This is the... I actually didn't read this translation. I read Sidney Tedesh's translation. This is the Hallelujah. First Maccabees is all about the basically the build-up to Roman occupation in Israel, and there's a whole bunch of stuff in there about Gaza. And I don't know, like, what, if any, discussion there is about like the history of like fighting over Gaza, because it's like that goes like so far back. So for me to comment about the past 70 years about what's happened, it's like I think that it might be a little bit myopic. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just not going to comment about it any further. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. RGB says the Israel government and Israel people are not the same. Just like, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, this is like it's like when an American goes to Europe and Europeans sort of say like, oh, who's your president? Yeah, that's just America for you. And it's like it's like you can't dehumanize a people like that. And it's just, and I just hate that. I don't know. I think I'm too international now, you know, especially after doing, the stunt people. And it's like, we had Russians and Nigerians and Japanese on our board. And then like to talk about any like specific country as a problem, which to me is just like, ugh. Moving on. Okay. This is some New Testament stuff. Paul and his converts. I've been studying. This year I did Bible in a year with a reading group that I'm involved with, and I feel like I have a pretty good handle on the Torah, on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books, and I have an okay handle on the monarchy and the exile. But like the New Testament, I feel like I still like haven't wrapped my head around, especially Paul. And if anybody's read the New Testament, like Paul, I don't know if it's a translation thing, but I can read any of the major or minor prophets easily. And there's something about, I don't know what it is. It's just like it goes in very easily. But Paul, maybe it's because it's from the Greek, and Greek grammar is weird. Depends on the translation, I'm sure. Like and I've read like 3 or 4 translations of Paul. NIV, TLV, JSB, Hallelujah. And I still just, I don't know what he's talking about half the time. So this was like I found this book for free at my counseling office. This book, if you want to understand Paul, this is very good. Now, it's a very standard kind of Trinitarian evangelical. I think he even like writes against other denominations. That's a little bit, maybe I take that back. I can't remember. Anyway, he just kind of covers, this one covers specifically Colossians, Thessalonians, Philippians, Corinthians. Come on, Eric. Thessalonians, Corinthians, and Philippians. Corinthians is always one that people cite also. That's like the most common one. And Corinth was, the Greek city of, that was like Sin City back then in Greece, because it was in the peninsula. And I assume that if you're in a peninsula, you get a lot of trade, you get a lot of ideas coming in, and hey, let's be worldly and all that. So, anyway, it's good. It's a dry read because it's just kind of like, here's this part of, here's this part of Corinthians, here's this part, and this is what it means. But it's good. All right, I'll sideline that for a minute. All right. So, Guns, Germs, and Steel. This has been recommended probably more than almost any other book to me. And I bought it ages ago, it kind of just sat there, and I was like, when am I going to read this thing? And I wasn't excited about reading it because it's 450 something pages. Now, it's actually very good in terms of readability, because the author, Jared Diamond, he actually worked in New Guinea, and so he sort of establishes that he's got some authority. He knows these people. And I feel like his heart was completely in the right place when he wrote this book, because the story sort of starts with him discussing the New Guinea population, and they're sort of talking about past colonization, and now they're independent, and they're kind of like, yeah, when the Europeans came, it's like they had all of these interesting knickknacks, and they had stoves and firearms and horses. And what did we have? Baskets. We had nets. We just didn't have anything. And they asked Jared Diamond, like, why was it that we didn't have all the cool stuff? And so this book is Jared Diamond trying to explain why some continents, I guess you could say, developed more quickly than others. And I think that there's a lot to this. In particular, what he writes about domestication. And I think that you cannot deny that if you were near sort of the seat of domestication in the Fertile Crescent, then you just had the best crops. Domesticated, like something like 95% of like decent wheat in the world comes from the Fertile Crescent. It's like that's like there are only like 55 or so strains of wheat that are domesticated, and all of them but two come from the Fertile Crescent or something like that. Domesticated animals that are larger than 100 pounds, so like not dogs, but like cattle, sheep, goats, they all come from the Fertile Crescent. And so the sort of like the dispersion of that is what he thinks generated wealth, generated innovation, reduced famines and all this. Also, having more livestock and being around more domesticated animals meant that you were going to have more contagious diseases, and therefore your population was going to be eventually inoculated against diseases. And that just, that's a product of, thousands of years of just being around domesticated animals. Now, so of course, when you, as a European, you're around domesticated animals and you have immunity to these things, and then you go off to North America where nobody has these, and nobody has the domesticated wheat or the domesticated plants that you have. And you show up and you can kill 80-90% of the population through disease alone. You don't even need the steel or the guns. All you needed was the germs, and a lot of people died, unfortunately, as a result of that. So it's interesting to kind of ponder. Well, so I'll say that, like, what I like, his heart is in the right place. I like how he's approaching this from like, let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Because had, say, domestication arisen in Africa, for example, then Africans would have been those people. Had domestication arisen in Australia, that would have been the seat of civilization, all that, right? And I think that his heart is in the right place, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. I don't think that it's like accidental that domestication primarily arose in the Fertile Crescent, because it's called the Fertile Crescent for a reason, right? That was the seat of, that's where people would go. Okay, so one of the things that he does not mention, he never mentions this, is kinship. And I mentioned earlier that like 2024 was the year of kinship books. And kinship books are brutal because the way you have to kind of understand kinship, it's like gears in a watch. And if you imagine that this is a tribe, right? Here's tribe A. Tribe A and tribe B, they want to fight because in between them is like a river or some kind of pasture, and they want to fight over this stuff in between. So how do you not fight? And one of the simplest ways to not fight is to intermarry. Right, so you trade a bride, or usually in a matrilineal system, the husbands would, the grooms would be the ones that go over, and they live as foreigners inside the opposite tribe. So these tribes end up sort of like meshing in their own way. Now they can maintain their own identities, and they'll have like their own totems and everything. They'll keep their own festivals, but like these that exchange, marital exchange, is so crucial to the peaceful coexistence of tribes. And part of that is like there is like kind of an innate conservatism to a matrilineal bridal or groom exchange system. And what'll happen is that you have an incentive. What I'm trying to get at is that when you have a marital exchange system like this, you tend not to settle. You tend not to make cities. It's actually very difficult to make a city. There's a lot of things that just don't happen. You don't get written language. You don't get monotheism. don't get cities, and you don't get like mass domestication. And so, and this is like part of my broader research project, that everybody's fighting about politics. Oh well, whatever. Um, and so what Jared Diamond does not mention is the fact that like the way that these gears move heavily influences whether or not you're going to have the gun and steel part. Forget the germs, but the gun and steel part is like not an arbitrary evolution that just like happens in places. And so it's much more. Sorry, I'm just getting messages right now. And so it's much more. You have to understand kinship in order to understand how cities are built, and you can't have a forge. You can't have like a bronze forge until you have a city. You can't have an iron forge until that city is built up, and you can't build up a city if you're in these matrilineal systems. You have to sort of extricate yourself from that system and stop exchanging brides so that you can become what's called endogamous, right? And that means that, or basically patrilocal, where your grooms stay put, right? Your men stay put, and inheritance is transferred locally. So a man marries a woman within the city, or sometimes a woman will come in, but the man will transfer his property to his children, who stay there, and they can continue adding on to the city. So as opposed to the matrilineal system like this, where inheritance has to go, like when a groom travels, his inheritance doesn't go to his biological children. It has to go back to the original city, to the original tribe. If that's far away, then that inheritance has to be very mobile. So flocks, yes, of course, but like arrows and whatnot. But like you like if you are living as a man and as a foreigner in this matrilineal system, you're married to a woman here, and you want to make something amazing for your children, like a city or a wall, you have to go back home to do that. And that means you can't be in two places at the same time. If you were to make a wall in your current home, that would stay there. That would belong to your wife's tribe, which is not your tribe. It's going to be your kids. It's going to be your biological children's tribe, but your inheritance is not going back over here, back to where you came from. So without acknowledging that, like you kind of lose a really important dimension of what makes cities work and how warfare actually, I don't want to use the word evolve, how warfare can actually innovate over time. And the way that it happens is through cities a lot of the time. And he mentions none of that. The other bone of contention, and then I'll drop this one, is that he has like a very sort of bland theory of domestication that I think is like, I think it's ready. I think we're ready to kind of give up on this old theory of domestication. The old theory of domestication is that the more you have animals kind of around you, then like the more likely they are to evolve these mutant genes so that they will kind of do what you want, not be aggressive, right? It's kind of the idea. And naturally, the ones that have more of those mutant gene capabilities are the ones that stick around, and the ones that don't are the ones that we just can't domesticate. Like zebras are really hard to domesticate. You can't really domesticate chimps. And he talks specifically about Australia, where like there are no megafauna that could be domesticated. Like kangaroo farms, it's not like very easy to domesticate a kangaroo. Yes, of course you can, but in terms of like a sheep, it's like no comparison. Like a goat or a horse or a cow, no comparison. Okay, it's far easier to domesticate those things. And so what he says is that in the case of Australia, there used to be megafauna in Australia, these like dinosaur-sized animals, or like there was like 1,000-pound kangaroo. And various other, like, I don't know if there were mammoths there or whatnot. At any rate, they're gone. And in their place now are, like, smaller animals. And so the theory is that, like, well, they must, 40,000 years ago when people arrived in Australia, the theory is that they hunted them to extinction. So far, it doesn't seem like that's very, there's no clear evidence of that. I think that it's possible that the 1,000-pound kangaroo just became a 200-pound kangaroo, and that is a process of domestication. But it's a process that like kind of goes under the radar because like we can't really use that, so we don't call it domestication. We don't really categorize it as anything. All we say is that there used to be 1,000-pound kangaroos, they're gone. Now we have these smaller kangaroos. That's a different species, but for some reason we don't draw a line between the two. And so like another like aside from the kinship stuff, I'm starting to read about domestication, and from what I can understand, like this theory that of like a randomized domestication, and also the idea that we hunted megafauna to extinction just doesn't seem very tenable. Also, the fact that like they found arrowheads in Australia, but when Europeans showed up in Australia, they weren't using bows and arrows, and so the thought was that, oh, they gave up on bows and arrows. I can't imagine that being true. I think that arrowheads, I have a pet theory that arrowheads were not originally hunting weapons, and I don't think that I think that they were probably gifts, like gemstones, which were, useful within kinship and whatnot as like bride wealth, and like acts of deferral. As soon as you start introducing that stuff onto the continent of Australia, it is possible, I think, to imagine that the megafauna began reacting to that. Because now you have carpentry on the island. You have people that are like boxing you in. And when you have that, you're going to have some kind of ecological response to that. It's not necessarily domestication, but it is a change of the gene of the phenotype, right? Like the genes start acting differently, and you might have had a reduction in the size of these megafauna. That's a pet theory. I haven't researched the giant kangaroo very much, so I'm no expert, but I am throwing my hat in the skeptical bin on that one. Anyway, it is a good read. It was very readable, but I think I think it'll soon be outdated because, again, no mention of kinship, and he has an old view on domestication that I think is like not very good. Works of Plato. Plato's hard to read. I don't really like remember much of it. This has Lysis, Euthyphro, Apology, Phaedo, Protagoras, Phaedrus, and Symposium. And they're good, but yeah, I think that what I got out of it was just, I think what maybe most modern readers get out of Plato, in particular, anything involving Socrates, is Socrates, because like Socrates' approach to, the inquiry, I think is like it feels good to read this and just kind of like see how Socrates responds to people and how he inquires so much, and he's always trying to get at the root of a word and understand what a word means. What do you mean by equality, right? Like Phaedrus, what does love mean? What does it mean to love your neighbor? Explain what that means. What is good? What is judgment? And I don't think we necessarily have to adopt the definitions of any of those words in here, but I do like the process of very, very sort of like linguistic etymological inquiry, and I think that's that's very good. I haven't read The Republic. I don't really want to. I think that there's some people that really like philosophy, but I just can't get into it. I don't know what it is. Okay, let's see. Davina is talking about Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Yeah, I have that actually. I didn't read that this year. I read it last year, but I am going to talk about that too briefly. Let's see. Around the same time as Plato, me and my girlfriend been watching Spartacus, Blood and Sand I saw years ago. Blew our minds from Gentle Storm. I haven't watched that. Thanks for the recommendation. Let's see what else we got here. Just looking at more. Phaedrus is the man who goes math and oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Phaedrus. That's actually why I started reading Plato, is because I read Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, and I was like, who's this Phaedrus? I never even knew who Phaedrus was. I think I enjoyed it more because of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. and he's got a very interesting point in that book, which is that Greek philosophy sort of was like a new era in terms of thinking, where the subject and the object were suddenly separated, whereas in ancient thinking, the subject and the object were sort of the same thing. I won't get into that right now, though. That's deep. Okay, looks like there's a lot of politics stuff before this. All right, I'm not going to read that. Okay, so moving on. Okay, here's an interesting one. Are there any Mormons in the chat? Okay, I love debating Mormons, the LDS. I love debating people from the LDS because they're very pleasant, but they don't read the Bible. They don't really know. Well, I've never met a member of the LDS coming to my door who has read the Bible, and that's shocking to me. And I don't know what that's about. From what I understand, the LDS used to read. Gentle Storm says, I was baptized Mormon. I don't care for it religion. Yeah, so maybe I would love your input on this. So whenever missionaries come over, I always want to talk Bible with them because I just want to understand what a priesthood means to them. Like, how do you have a priesthood? Why do you have these food prohibitions but not the Levitical ones? Like, how do you explain salvation? Why do I need you? And when the book of Hebrews says I don't, right? Things like that. And so this is a very little book written by Eric Schaefer. I found this at Savers, and it's just kind of a breakdown of Joseph Smith's book. Talks about the history of Joseph Smith. It's just kind of like a quick reference guide if somebody wants to debate the LDS, and it would be nice to read an LDS's response to this. It's good. Let me see. Any notes on that? I have a copy of the Book of Mormon. I've read a third of it, which might be more than what most of the LDS has read of the Bible, unfortunately. And I, like with the LDS, like I think that the bad rap. So there's two main things here. So the first thing is it's not fair to harp on people for a religious belief. I think that's like not fair. To just harp on people for that is like to dislike a group because of things that they just believe. I think that's just weak. You should invite them and talk to them and understand them. That's the first thing. But the second thing is the scandals. And I don't know if anybody's been following the Tim Ballard thing. From what I understand, there's a lot of dirt on Tim Ballard. Like, no, this is the anti-human trafficking guy who did like a really good documentary about human trafficking. But it's sort of like and I don't know. I really like. This is getting into political territory that I actually don't play in, because a lot of conservatives have sort of they look at Tim Ballard and like the LDS in general as like these allies. Because it's like, Tim Ballard, he's noticed the human trafficking issue, and that's a border issue, and therefore and then you can kind of go down that path. Okay, so we need to back up. First of all, we need to really look at whether or not what Tim Ballard said was true, right? And if he actually is like overestimating the threat, we really need to contend with that. That's incredibly important. And so I don't doubt that the LDS has like their hearts are in the right place with whatever it might be, human trafficking and all this, and we have I don't know if we need to get into this. I'm moving on. I like debating them though, because they're very kind. It's just they just don't stick around long enough. I think because they realize that they're not going to bring me into the church. Because every time this, like, are you going to come to the church? And I said, I've been. I really didn't. There wasn't for me. And then I tend not to hear from them again. But I have a funny story. This is the last thing I'll say about Mormons. This is a funny one. I was debating them for about a year. And when I say I debate them, when they come over, I have them keep coming over like every week. And I'll just like ask them simple questions. And they tend to like bring new people. Like then they'll sweep in like every like 3 weeks or so, like the original one is gone. and And then like a new guy is there, and I'm like, what happened to the old guy? And like, oh, he got transferred. He's like across town or something. And so like I never get to actually have like a relationship with these guys. Because they don't take the phone with them. They like leave the phone, they transfer the phone to a new person. So like anytime I text an old missionary, like this is how I text. The old missionary is now gone. It's like, oh no, this is Elder. Da, da, da. I don't even know who you are. But here's a funny story. So one time, my ex-wife was walking down the street and ran into some missionaries, and she, at the time I was debating them, and back when we were married, and she stopped and like, hey guys, my husband would love to talk to you, which is funny. We're like, I was like a missionary to Mormons, and they said, oh cool. She said, yeah, you can call him. Here, I'll give you his number, and she gave them my number, and they're typing it in. They're like, is it Eric Jacobus? It was in their phone because I that phone had gotten around. I'm in a lot of phones at the LDS. All right, moving on. John Keegan's History of Warfare. It's hard to say whether this is a good book, because on the one hand, it's organized just right, where he organizes it by war and human history, stone, and then he goes to fortifications, flesh, armies, iron, logistics, and fire or gunpowder. And there's a lot in here with Clausewitz. Clausewitz, he wrote On War. This is Clausewitz's On War is sort of like the seminal work on European warfare. It's sort of like created the state of warfare leading up to World War II, where warfare needed to be total. The state had to be completely invested into warfare. War and politics were the same thing to Clausewitz. In fact, that's like a famous quote, which is that war is the extension of politics, which is like a very poignant thing to say, although I think Clausewitz would differentiate war from violence. Clausewitz hated the Cossacks. The Cossacks were these horsemen, and so there's this sort of like anti-horseman. Like it seems like there is this rift between European kind of fortified warfare versus like Middle Eastern and Turkish and like steppe nomadic horse warfare, because oh my gosh, like the horse people, and that's actually my favorite part of this is he talks about the horse people. The horse people were incredibly good at fighting, and like you could, as like a horse culture could completely annihilate a standing army, just with like really clever tactics. And one of the Arab tactics was like advance and retreat. There's a lot of advance and retreating, and that's not really something that the Greeks were known for. Greeks just went forward. There was no retreating. Right? That's the phalanx. And so, like, there's a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of, like, the mechanisms of warfare. So here's the rub. The rub of this book is something that I keep on going back to, which is that there's no... he sticks his neck out and tries to claim that... He starts to talk like Clausewitz in saying that there was no warfare during the Stone Age. And I don't know how you can make that claim. And I know what it's based on. It's based on this idea that there are not like the archaeological ruins that you have with like the 100 Years' War, with the Peloponnesian War, with the Roman Wars. You just don't have the bodies in Stone Age societies, right? Like there's not many mass graves in Australia before Europeans show up. And in the idea, like, I don't know theoretically how this actually works, because if there's no warfare in the Stone Age, then Stone Age people presumably just fought like animals, okay? Which means that there were like wars of dominance, okay? So at what point then did weapons start being used against people? Right, and this is the paradox that Keegan Clausewitz, Andreski, Turney High, and Ardrey, Dart, like these guys, these are the conservatives, by the way. These are the killer ape theory guys. These are the ones that say, like, yeah, man was this, like, southern ape that was really aggressive and really good at hunting. And that's sort of how he evolved, is to, like, be a better hunter, and he evolved better weapons. And then at some point, somehow, for some reason, as he got more intelligent, then he turned the weapons on his fellow man. Okay, that as a moment is so fundamentally different than animal combat, because you are now using objects in combat. No animal uses objects in combat. And I'm going to keep harping on this, because this is what my book's about. Animals do not use reciprocal object-based aggression. Now, sometimes you'll see primates like wave a stick, and sometimes they'll throw the stick, sometimes they'll swing it a little bit, or sometimes they'll even throw a rock. These are sort of like preconditioned sort of aggression tactics that, not even tactics, they're just sort of like aggression sort of instincts that are made to intimidate. When you throw a rock as a primate, you are not trying to smash somebody's skull in. You're just trying to make a loud sound. You're trying to look bigger, right? If you swing a stick, you're trying to make yourself look taller. You're trying to look like you have a long arm, right? So by swinging a stick, by doing this, you are like trying to make the other guy back down, not by injuring him, but by just trying to make him go, oh crap, that guy's got like an 8-foot arm. And the reason we know this is because to this day, chimpanzees still don't have rock wars. They don't have stick wars. There's no chimpanzee culture that does this. No animal does this. All animals use their natural weapons when push comes to shove. And so animals rely on using their natural weapons to like set the dominance hierarchy. Well, as soon as you introduce an object, as soon as you introduce even the potential of using an object, then you completely upset the balance, because now nobody can guess what the weapon is. Nobody can even plan for how to attack anymore. So now you're just like, so you might as well escalate in that situation. And that's exactly what happens with Clausewitz. You know, Rene Girard's Battling to the End, I keep on citing this book, is all about escalation to extremes. Now, there's no mechanism for it in here, but I'm giving you the mechanism right now, which is this, which is that the minute you have the capacity to use objects in combat, then you remove any kind of security as to what the weapon is. The weapon is a complete wild card now. And so what you have is this like active sort of imagination between antagonists, and both is trying to anticipate what the other one has or what they're going to have. Like, you might not even be there yet, right? You might be on your way to the carcass, right? Knowing like, oh, well, there might be another guy coming there. And if I can use an object for combat, then he could too. So maybe I'll bring one. But he might be thinking about me bringing one, so he might bring one. So maybe I'll bring two. I'll bring my cousin. So you escalate before you even fight. And this is sort of like the basis of the robot hypothesis, which is that humans have a fundamentally different combat system than animals. It's like if you consider animal combat as this like closed loop system where you only have like you have a very narrow range of options, right? And it's based on your weapon versus the enemy's weapon. And you have specific defenses that the enemy also has, and those defenses are made for the weapons. And it just sort of like it completely limits. It's like boxing. It's like you reduce it to something boxing level, where like it makes it very difficult to die and kill, and it actually becomes very stable as a result. And so if at some point, you know, these hominins supposedly started turning objects into weapons, well, that would be a big freaking deal, because now you have like a complete break with animal combat. And that would be mythologized. There would be myths about the god of weapons. There would be a god of weapons. There would be a god of steel. There would be like a god of iron. And there are some of these. But there is no god of rocks. And we know that rocks are used in warfare. This is very well, like the data is abundant on this. Yanomamo, where is it? Oh, the cannibalism. Pinker's book. Tons of evidence that there is Stone Age warfare, right? But there is no god of stone weaponry, because my theory is that it has been there since the beginning. So you can't even imagine its origin. So, so anyway, other than that, this book is okay. I'll do this one first. Violent Origins. This is Rene Girard. Oh, shoot. Do I have? I'm making sure I don't have any like meetings. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Yeah, okay, I'm having meetings. Okay, good. I missed my meeting yesterday. Violent Origins. This is a series of essays by Walter Burkert. Burkert. I don't know how you say his name. He wrote Homo Necans. Rene Girard and Jonathan Z. Smith talking about the origins of violence. Again, nobody talks about violence in the way I'm describing it. Walter Burkert, he believes that, you know, at the beginning man was a hunter and that the sacrifice came later. So he believes that, you know, again, this like standard sort of Darwinist theory that hominins or some kind of southern ape came out of the forest and was like a killer ape or a killer hunter, and then over time gradually evolved religion. I don't know how that's possible. And it also indicates that religion would be optional. And I think that that's a very postmodern idea. There are, and so Girard's theory on scapegoating, Girard's theory is that scapegoating, the human sacrifice is at the beginning. So sacrifice would have been at the beginning of human culture, but he also holds to this kind of gradual view that humans gradually evolved higher and higher levels of mimesis from primates, basically. And then Jonathan Z. Smith, I can't remember what he said. This is okay. Yeah. Not the best Girard material. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that. Okay. This is a quick one. Navajo Kinship and Marriage by Gary Witherspoon. I got this because I'm writing the sequel to Contour. It's called Detour. It takes place on a Navajo reservation. So I'm not going to spoil what happens. But there's a lot of Navajo kinship in there. And no, it's not going to be feel-good kumbaya stuff. But I did want to understand how families work there. One of the things that's interesting about Navajo kinship is that it's typically matrilineal. So the woman tends to own the household. The husband will move there, like I keep talking about. The husband moves there, and he brings his flock in gradually. And the flock becomes this proxy. So like the flock in the household sort of is like this collection, and they're all branded, right? So you know whose is whose. But the flock is this like huge collection of like the husband's sheep and the mom's sheep, and then there's the brother's sheep, and then maybe she's got her kids' sheep there until they move out. And so if there's a family feud, a lot of the time like they won't really like resolve the feud directly. Instead, they'll take it out on the flock. The flock will suffer and they'll get sick. So they'll stop taking care of each other's sheep. So you can actually look at a flock, at a Navajo flock, and kind of know the state of the household. So you can kind of determine like what Thanksgiving dinners are playing out like. You know what I mean? This is very good. This is a very good book. Top notch. Like this guy lived. I think he married a Navajo woman, and so he like knows it. You know, front and back. Very detailed. Very detailed. He details like 55 households, their divorce rates. Divorce rate's very high. At the time, it was written in 1979, I think. But divorce rate's very high. Now, this is going to throw people for a loop, but like you could make a very good case that like a traditional American household is technically a matrilineal, high divorce rate household. And the reason that the divorce rate was so high is because it's not like these kids are growing up without a father figure, because primarily the father figure is either the woman's father if he's still alive, or it's her brothers if they're still around, right? And those brothers might stick around until the kids grow up and go through the rite of passage, and then the brothers go and like leave their household. So there's a lot of like a lot of exchanging of people going between the households. And so when a husband divorces or a wife divorces a husband, there are still men in the household. It might be like, I mean, the household sizes varies from like 3 to 30. It just depends. So it's an interesting look at families. Very good. but very niche. All right, how are we doing here? I'm just gonna keep going. I've got a lot of books. I'm just gonna keep going. This is kind of an Andy Warhol style, stream. Bikers on call. Give them chimps some weapons. See what happens. I mean, like, you could probably. I would bet that you could train a chimpanzee to shoot a gun, and you could probably train the chimp to go and like use that gun in specific ways. But I don't think that if a chimp then entered combat, it would use that firearm effectively against its own. I think it would drop it or it would start swinging it. I think that combat is a different subroutine for animals. With humans, it's sort of like all-encompassing. It's like anything that we do anywhere else, we can also do in combat. So, I'm not convinced that that would happen with chimps. Otherwise, I think it would have happened by now. Because chimps are around enough people. They're really smart. But they don't, I mean, just like go to a zoo, and chimpanzees are not like, they're not copying what humans do. Like, they're still chimps. So you can't transition them from being chimps. Like, I don't even know if it's right to think of it in terms of like that era is over. Like, they've already crossed. I don't even know if that's the right way to think about it. I don't know how to think about it, frankly. Do they use sticks? Not really. Like, you can find videos of them like swinging a stick, but it's just not useful, and it's not repeatable. It's not reciprocal. And feel free to like look it up. They don't use rocks. Like, a rock would be much smarter, right? Because what they do is they do use rocks. They're expert rock throwers, and there's a study about like cumulative rock throwing. You can find it. And cumulative rock throwing is when, chimpanzees will throw rocks at a tree stump, especially a hollowed out tree stump, and they do it to make a loud sound. And it's sort of a territorial. It's kind of like running your car stereo really loud in the neighborhood. You just like crank that thing up, and you kind of demonstrate that you're louder and you're more present than anybody else. And like, screw you all. That's kind of like the reason that a chimp would throw rocks at a stump. And they have good aim. They pile these things up. For some reason, they don't take those rocks and go into combat with them. Even though they take rocks around and smash nuts, they don't clobber other chimps on the head with them. They don't stone other chimps to death. If they did, then they wouldn't be in the forest anymore. They would be, but it's like a tautological impossibility because they're chimps, so they just don't do it. But they don't connect the dots and think to fight with them. Yeah, I don't even know if it's an issue of connecting the dots. I think that they might literally not have the wiring capacity to do that. The only thing I can imagine is the fact that they have, when they use an object in intimidation, if you were to imagine the brain as, you imagine the neural axons of the brain and the object usage portion of the brain, and if you're extending the object in intimidation, it's like the axons are reaching for combat, but they can't quite touch, and you just can't make that bridge. And I don't know if that necessarily means that, like, some chimp was able to finally do it and that's the one that left the forest, or like, were they once touching and like these chimps are the failures that like where it's not touching anymore, but they're pointing to where it used to touch? I have no idea. Like, I'll question anything at this point. See you, Dario. Happy New Year. Dario's a good friend. He used to help me run the forum. All of the good website work at the Stump People is due to Dario. He kept that place safe. All right, moving on to Zoological Philosophy by J.B. Lamarck. Lamarck gets a really bad rap nowadays, and it's too bad because it seems as though epigenetics is actually showing that a lot of what he said was true. Now, his theory is very different from Darwin's, and it came like 30 years before Darwin. His idea was the idea of like the great chain of being. His theory is that the reason you have different species is that you start from these very simple organisms, and it's the movement of fluids over time that generates veins and generates, the nervous system. And so you have these more and more complicated species over time. And then eventually you have humans. And he just kind of organizes it based on type. It's not like there's a lot of, disputable stuff in this, obviously. But one thing I think we should take seriously is the idea that maybe we don't quite have a handle on how species work. It's written in 1820, I think, so it's very, like, that period is very difficult to read. And nowadays, if you're a Lamarckian, you're really pilloried because, then because one of Lamarck's things, everyone cites what he says. It's like the reason that pelican legs are so long is because the bird desired to be taller. And by desiring it, the fluids moved to that part of the body and extended the legs, and the pelican grew in height. And I don't know if that's entirely a result of desire, but I think what Lamarckians would say is that, well, it might not be a result of pure random mutation either, right? And that's sort of like where the two ideas still need to have it out in the debate sphere, in my opinion. But for some reason, like, Lamarck went down as the loser in history. But like when you read this and then you read Origin of Species, you're kind of like, well, Lamarck actually like has a pretty thorough theory as to speciation. Darwin didn't. He didn't have one. And so you could say like, well, Darwin was humble enough not to actually posit one. It's like, yeah, but now people try and posit based on that, and they think they've got it, but they think that this is garbage. And so maybe Darwin was more humble. And in fact, like his book on domestication, which I'll get into, he is actually like very, for him, it's like it's an unsettled question. He's telling people this, like, you don't know what you're talking about with speciation. And Lamarck, went the other direction and said like, well, here's how speciation works, full stop. Unfortunately, I think like modern scientists has just like assumed that Lamarck was wrong, and therefore let's just take all of Darwin's suppositions and just assume that they're correct. And I don't think that that's working out. And in my book, the thing that I just keep going back to, because I don't know how speciation works. I'm not going to ever hypothesize, no time soon anyway, as to how species happen or where humans came from. All I do is I say, humans have reciprocal object-based aggression, animals don't. There is a fundamental difference. There is no logical way to go from one to the other. And there's no mythological evidence of that ever happening, of there ever being like an origin of violence in humans. It seems as though, humanity and violence are just like the exact same thing, and that is like the kernel of the human operating system, and animals are like over here doing their thing. Very different. That's all I'm saying. And prove me wrong if you want. You have to provide evidence that animals do reciprocal object-based aggression. Otherwise, like this, the observation stands. Now, what people are going to say is like, okay, well, how did we get that? Where did it come from? And I don't have to answer that. You answer that. Oh, I'm going to go on to other things over here. Let's go on to some more fun stuff. Lila, the sequel to Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I enjoyed this more. I thought that this was a better book. Not as informative. I think that his opinions about morals and whatnot are like, yeah, it's okay. It's a very 70s thing. Felt like the insights into philosophy from Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance were better. But I thought that the story, like the story about Lila, like it really, I don't know, there's something very beautiful about it. I thought that was a beautiful character. I don't know, I didn't really research like what was going on in his life at the time. There might have been, I don't know. Anyway, I thought it was a very nice book. Very readable too. Somebody's got a question. Let's see. Darwin may have been misunderstood with the fitness thing. I think intelligence was a huge part of it, and he knew it. Yeah, I mean, he didn't understand language either. He would in Origin, he said, he actually was like, why haven't animals gotten this? So he was puzzling about it. And we need to read Origin as like a book about questions. It's just a book of questions. Now, Descent of Man, I kind of get the feeling that he thought that like he was onto something there, and it's like a much brasher book. You know, it seems like he's like really kind of like dogging on natives, and you know, talks about savages and stuff, and like law of battle, and yeah, it's just like it's not very good. Um, but in Origin, he's asking the questions. Um, also, like I talk about this a lot, but like most of Darwin's books are about like plants and vines and how orchids reproduce and like the variations of trees, right? Like only Origin of Species is like a theory book on science, and that's the one that has like it's like on everybody's shelf. Um, but his variation in plants and animals is like, I think it's just a far better book. Okay, let me see what else we got here. Many Colored Lambs by Julian. Let's see. So Bud Badenzer says probably if you give a chimp a weapon, show some things, let it do certain things, let it live with it, bind it to it. The next generation would be interesting to see if it had an impact. Yeah, I don't know. You know, history is full of weird experiments. Like I wouldn't be surprised if the Soviets had done that already, because the Soviets were also trying to like make a human chimp hybrid. Didn't work out. There's probably like I guarantee you somebody's tried all this. Like there are chimps in labs everywhere, and if a chimp were to suddenly become a weapon of war, you would see it. It would be out there now. It would be as prominent as all the drone news footage right now. So I just don't think it's happening. Soviets probably use bears for that. Yeah, exactly. No doubt. We train dolphins to blow up ships, right? Bikers on call. Oh, poor Flipper. They call him Flipper because he would flip a boat over with his bomb. All right, next book I've got here is The Blind Watchmakers, Richard Dawkins. I read The Selfish Gene. I thought, okay, I'll read The Blind Watchmaker. I thought The Selfish Gene was good. I don't think this is good. This because this is just it seems like he's just reacting to religion, and I like tired of it. I think it's particularly Christianity and probably Islam. He's just trying to like dunk on religion, and I just don't see the point. He wants to like give an answer to creationism. I know that in the 80s that was like the hot thing to do, right? This is the 96 edition, but it was written first in I think 87. So yeah, it was the era of Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, and creationism was sort of making a splash. It was starting to, get into a lot of classrooms, and a lot of it was like, a lot of it's very, very questionable. But I think a lot of it is also in the, it has the right heart, which is like, let's question anyway. Let's question dating, like carbon dating. Let's question it. I don't know. I don't have a carbon dater. Do you have one? Has anybody used a carbon dating device? Has anybody actually like carbon dated or like anything? I've never done that. Has anybody done like a uranium isotope dating? Has anybody done that? I don't know. I've never done that. Has anybody ever seen a glacial sheet and actually like looked at the levels and to determine like this is actually 13,000 years old and not 57,000 years old? Has anybody done that? I've never done that. Right? And I can look at pictures all day and be like, yeah, I mean, I see the images, but like, what do I know? I'm just trusting these guys. So I don't know. So, I think it's fair to question that stuff. You should. There's like people carry this token of association now with the mainstream sciences where like they say trust the science, and it's like, no, don't trust the science. Don't trust anything. I don't really have to say much more about this. I thought that Selfish Gene was better. Grooming Gossip and the Evolution of Language. Again, like this is another like science book. It's kind of like Deacon's book in that it hypothesizes the origin of humans through an autocatalytic process. So essentially, Dunbar is he's the the eponymous Dunbar number. And so Dunbar said that as we started having bigger and bigger groups of people, our brains got bigger so that we could keep track of everybody's relationships, and then that evolved language, and that evolved bigger brains and bigger groups. So all that's like autocatalytic, right? My issue with that kind of thinking is like, why would you, like, chimpanzees have groups of between 10 and 20. What exactly is the process of gradually adding people to your group? I don't understand what that means. It's kind of like saying, well, eventually people settle down. What is that process? Why do people settle down? Because if you look at kinship, if you're in a reciprocal exchange system or direct exchange system, or if you're in a general exchange system, then that sort of dictates where you live, man. And if you don't move, like, that exchange system breaks. Right now, every book is what I would call an ecological theory of origin, which is that the theory of the ecological theories of origin. The theory of those theories are that humans evolved as a response to the environment. The environment was the thing that sort of kept affecting us. There are a few people like Girard, Eric Gans, who hold an endemic theory of origin, which says that actually it was our responses to each other that really caused evolution, if you could call it that, or domestication, or whatever it might be. That's really what propels human change. And so, in terms of like, well, why do people settle down? Why would you settle down at all? This is not answered by anybody. So why would you admit more people into your group? It doesn't make sense why you would gradually admit more people into your group. And that becomes like harder to keep track of. Of course, it's hard to keep track of people in your group. The 150 number, the Dunbar number is like spot on. I think he took that first and worked backwards and came up with this theory. But the problem with the theory is that, like, you just have to fill in like a bunch of like blank space. It's like gradation from chimpanzee to human again, where you're trying to figure out like, well, at what point did we start having language? And of course he falls back on the idea that language is just about communication and conveying of like relationships. And again, within that, it's like there's no mention at all of like where the sacred fits in, where religion fits in, where violence fits in. It's just not in there. And this is the issue with these, ecological theories of origin, is that when you draw a gradual line from chimpanzee to human, then suddenly you can't really see where religion or language or violence even fit in. So I know that this is like a classic, but it's just another one of these like very theoretical theory of origin books. I didn't like it. Lewis Morgan's Ancient History. I have 2 copies if anybody wants these. Don't ask me how I got 2 copies of these things. Oh, Bud Bedenser says, language is about control. A narrative can change the true definition of words. I would say maybe more specifically, if I were to minimize what language is, because like everything could be about control. I think specifically the function of language is to direct attention. And that is what's so specific about human language, is that, animal communication directs attention always to the ego, to the self. But human language can direct attention anywhere, but only in one vector. That's what's interesting about it. Like I can't say like, look that way. I can't do that. That doesn't work. And it just doesn't seem to be within the bounds. But I can say like, look over there, right? And somebody else might say, no, look over there. So he and I now we're in a debate about like which way you should look. And the dialectic is about like where your attention should be. And what I would say is that all language is attempted propaganda. The question is just whether or not everybody starts paying attention to what you said, or paying attention to where you pointed. Successful propaganda is when people look at the thing you pointed at. right? So I have successfully waged a propaganda campaign to get 16 people's attention on me right now. That's propaganda, but it's also just that's just the utility of language is directing attention. The Gex says, I like the encephalization theory of human intelligence. The brain growth. Yeah, but the question that you have to keep on you're always going to run up against this question. It's like, why only us? Chomsky wrote a book called Why Only Us? And you still have to answer the question, like, well, why didn't any other animal have encephalization like we did? And they'll say, like, well, dolphins have, like, a similar brain-body ratio. It's like, yeah, but dolphins have had that brain-body ratio forever, as far back as we know. And they're not like, they're not making structures underwater. Their clicks are, like, they're not language, right? Echolocation is complicated, but I think that echolocation is what causes encephalization in dolphins. And that is definitely a response to the environment. But language, so echolocation for dolphins is not really about communicating with each other. It's about communicating with the environment for predation and just survival. With humans, like, language is not about that. Language is much more, because, like, you can't talk to a volcano for survival. Like, you have to talk to each other to know how to deal with the volcano. Or you have to talk to each other to know how to deal with the animal, or to how to deal with each other. And that's a completely different process. I talk about encephalization in the book. All right, Ancient Society by Lewis Morgan. It's 1857 or so. 18 something. So Lewis Morgan gets a really bad rap, and I'll tell you why. Because it was 1877. He has a list of stages of civilization. And I'm going to get this out of the way so that everybody knows that I'm acknowledging that Lewis Morgan is a man of 1877. He was an ethnographer in North America. His specialty was Native Americans. And I have another book I'm going to show you. It's pretty fun. All about Native Americans and their languages. But Lewis Morgan has a list of stages of civilization. And his theory, I'm not gonna find it here, but his theory was that humans go through sort of like set order. Here we go. Oh, never mind. He goes, all human societies go through a sort of set order of stages, going from, like, pure, what he would call savagery, and, like, then within there's, like, later on you get to monogamy, and then you get to, like, European civilization. And then there's, like, so he's one who, like, traces the transitions from, like, matrilineal to patrilineal. And so that kind of indicates that Lewis Morgan would, and everybody at that time, everybody thought this. Every European honestly believed that Darwinism could be applied to society. And therefore, anybody who didn't have iron technology was just not as evolved yet. And that was, something that the European race could help bring them up, right? And we got to do it gradually, right? And so that was like, and so a lot of policy was directed at, like, ways to do that. Okay, now that that's out of the way, Morgan's data is amazing. And what he does is he talks in particular about how Rome, Greece, and does he talk about India? I don't know. Talks about Rome and Greece and how they, at their origins, were. He talks about the Iroquois first. So the first thing he talks about is the Iroquois, and the Iroquois Confederacy is just, like, one of the most interesting stories. It's these 5 or 6 tribes. I think the 6th tribe was small. They were all totem tribes, like bear, wolf, honey badger. I don't know. It was 6 animals. And what they did was that so that they wouldn't fight, like I mentioned, like the gears of kinship, right? And they were mostly matrilineal. He says that, like, 1 or 2 were patrilineal, which is possible. But essentially, these 5 tribes in the Iroquois Confederacy, they all had to intermarry with each other. So every tribe had to have the other 4 tribes' totems or clans, totems within that tribe. And the reason for that was that, like, by intermarrying with all of the other tribes, then if two tribes went to war, then all the marriages, like all the other tribes would have failing marriages. And so all the other tribes would naturally try and put a break on the violence. And he says that it was working incredibly well. And then Europeans showed up, and the rest is history. But they had a very stable system, he claims. And this is again one of the reasons that people claim that there was no warfare in Stone Age society, which you could call, you know, the Iroquois like a Neolithic Stone Age society, because they didn't have bronze. They had copper, but it was like raw copper. They weren't really smelting. And the thing about like copper is that like it's not really useful for anything except for like hammering sheets for, you know, like, I mean, it also tarnishes really easily. So like copper's kind of useless on its own. You have to mix it with tin, and if you don't know about tin, and if you can't get tin, you can't get bronze or zinc, and you can't get brass. So anyway, so he talks about that. He talks about the Aztec Triple Alliance. It's so fascinating. And the Aztecs with like two other tribes were in this Triple Alliance. The Aztec was the top dog, of course, but it was kind of a similar system where these were originally matrilineal groups. They intermarried, and now they're in this. Now you have Tenochtitlan, and that's like the Aztec Triple Alliance. Then he talks about the origins of Greek and Roman cities and how originally the Genos, or the gens, or the Gentiles in the Bible, that these were matrilineal clans that became patrilineal as they became assimilated into the city. And this is exactly what I've been talking about, that when you transition from a matrilineal, specifically from a matrilocal to a patrilocal system, you can pass inheritance down locally, then you pass it to your sons, typically your sons, who are then going to build it up, and then you build up a city. And then when you have patrilocal inheritance like that, you get huge forges, you get iron technology, which can allow you to defend it against the matrilineal networks that you've now left, right? And this is what Israel is always worried about in the Bible. It's like, you got to watch out for the Gentiles that are going to be attacking. That's exactly what happened. Very readable book, Lewis Morgan. It's at that time between like 1860 and 1910 when academic books are extremely readable. I love reading it. You kind of got to get past all the terms like savages and all that. You kind of got to get past those terms if you want to get through this. But overall, his data is pretty good. Sapiens, Yuval Harari, A Brief History of Humankind. I like this better than Guns, Germs, and Steel. I like it more because I feel like Harari is a little bit more. He's like a little bit more. What would you say? This is just like a more holistic book, even though there's no kinship in this. Overall, though, he takes it's like a very good sort of approach to how economics works and how economics came about, and you know the origin of money, the origin of religion in his view. And so what he says, the terminology he uses, this is my bone to pick with this book, is that religion and currency and like things that we hold sacred are imaginary. And this is the term that he keeps using, that these are imaginary things. And I just don't, I just can't agree with that term, because imaginary implies that we came up with it on a whim, or that it came out of nowhere, right? If you were to imagine something, then it means that what you've concocted in your mind has no basis in reality. And so, you know, the belief that, you know, a dollar bill is like actually, you know, worth something, like to him, this is imaginary, because in reality it's just a piece of paper that carries heavy legal repercussions if you like replicate it on your own machine. And all of that is just imaginary, because originally it's just something that we made up for social cohesion. But I think that that's like too postmodern of a view. I think that, you know, the origin of exchange is something that's very palpable. Blood itself is an exchange medium in ancient society, and I'll cover that in one of the other books. So I mean, aside from that, this is like a very readable book. I also felt at times kind of like Dawkins, like he's just reacting to religion. I don't like that. No, any more than I would like anybody reacting to atheism. Like a reactive attitude is just not, doesn't make for good science. Wilhelm von Humboldt on language is one of the hardest books I've ever read. I did not enjoy reading it. Well, no, I enjoyed it after it was done. Like, it's like enjoying training for a marathon after you win the marathon. I don't even know how to explain it. It's brutal, and the introduction says that this is like this entire book is actually the introduction to one of his other a 2,000-page book that he wrote. So he was a linguist, and by the way, he wrote this in 1820 something. It's old. When was it written? Roughly around 1836 or so. Yeah, originally published as the introduction to the author's Über die Kavi-Sprache after Insel Java. It was about the Javanese language. What did I take away from this? What you can take away from a book like this? He knows Latin. He knows Greek. I assume he knew English. German. He knew Sanskrit. So in Hebrew. So in Chinese. He was starting to study Chinese. He has like 40 pages about Burmese. So this is 200 years ago. Bear in mind, 200 years ago, he was studying the Burmese language. It's a different world we're talking about here. And he talks about Chinese, but the issue, he can't get enough information on Chinese because there just wasn't enough published about Chinese at the time. But Burmese, you could get a ton of information about that, apparently. So the way that he describes language is that and he's kind of like, Lewis Morgan, where like there are stages of evolution in a language. And he's not Darwinian, but he's saying that some languages are like too raw in that you can't really convey creative thoughts very easily with languages. And one of the languages he says that's like that is like Hebrew. He claims that Hebrew is like not conducive to like very creative thought. He says that Sanskrit is sort of like, or like Chinese. He says like you can't be creative in Chinese because it's monosyllabic, and and every grammatical term has its own word. So and it can't like deviate from that. And so he says that that's like a shortcoming of the language. So he's what's called a linguistic absolutist, and he felt that Sanskrit and Greek and Latin were like these ideal languages for expressing creativity, and because they have a declension system, whereas declension meaning you have to put little like you have to kind of modify words so that they agree with each other. So in English we have a couple declensions, not many. I just blogged about this recently on my ericjacobus.com blog. Declensions in English, so we only have a few. We have pronouns. So an example of a declension would be, he gave me the notepad, right? He gave me the notepad. Or you could say, I gave him the notepad. So I and me are like two different declensions of the first person singular, depending on whether you're the subject or the direct object, or you're the recipient, right? He and him, she and her, they and them, those are declensions. We don't really have them with nouns, except with plurals. So I gave him books, or I gave him a book, right? So the declension is on the noun. I just have to modify it based on the number. If it's one, there's no S. If there's more than one, I typically put an S. The Spanish, there are a few more declensions. There's the gender. So every noun has a gender that then has to modify the adjective. So the adjective gets a declension. And then in Latin, there's like a ton of declensions. Well, there's 5, but the combinations like start to pile up, right? You can do a lot of combinations of these declensions. And then in Sanskrit, there are so many potential declensions. There's like thousands of combinations of declensions. And so you can kind of make whatever word order you want in Sanskrit. So if you just have a thought, you can just kind of vomit it out as long as all the words are sort of agreeing with all the words that follow. So as long as your nouns and your verbs and your adjectives and your adverbs all agree with their declensions, you can do whatever word order you want. And that's his theory about the relative merit of a language. So we don't have to agree that a language's merit is purely based on how well it can be expressed in the stream of thought. You could also say that Chinese is actually very beneficial in that you have to actually think before you start piecing a sentence together, or it's actually like the fact that it's monosyllabic means that every word has a defined meaning. There's no excess terminology in Chinese. There might be a benefit to that. In English, we don't really have many declensions, so there's not much creativity. In fact, you can't even order English the way that you want. In British English, there's like a little. It seems as though there's actually a little bit more flexibility, right? You can say things like, Charlie Chaplin, he was a great man, right? You can like put the subject at the beginning, kind of like in Japanese. But in English, it's just, if you were to say that, it's kind of off. Like people would be like, Charlie Chaplin, he was a great guy. Like, oh, you as a listener, you kind of like, oh, okay, I get it, but it's not right, right? So in English, you have like the word order is incredibly important in English. But we don't have to conjugate verbs nearly as much as say Spanish. And I think so. One of the things that I was, as I was reading this, it seemed as though the printing press might have been one of the downfalls of Latin, which is kind of a strange thing. I can't remember why I thought that, and he didn't write that. But my own thought about the printing press was that when you're able to write out your thought in written format with characters, and you can mass produce that thought, then any system that favors a strict word order that's able to give concreteness over flexibility like in Latin seems as though that language might win out. And maybe that's why English is one of the international languages now, because of the printing press. That is a wild theory. I'm happy to be wrong. Anyway, this is this book is cited by many people, including Chomsky, because it is a sort of like foundational book in terms of language being related to thought, and that when you generate a thought and you say it, and you say that thought, and then it comes back in, you hear it, and you reprocess it, and you're hearing somebody else at the same time. Sentence structure might really matter, and what you are. Sorry, I lost my trail. I'm just reading some comments right now. There's a lot going on, and I wish I could respond to all these. I'm sorry I can't. I just got to get through these, and I'm not even close to being done. I'm going to be here all night. Is it possible, right? This is the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Is it possible that a language affects how you think? And that's an open question. It's very difficult to actually know, because in order to express how you think, you have to say it, or you have to write it. And it's like very difficult to vomit out what you think. And poetry is like one very beautiful way of vomiting what you think. And he compares poetry and like the greatest poetry. And so to him, it's like, well, the best poetry is Greek, therefore Greek is superior. That part I had a hard time with. I'll be honest, like I might have understood like 20% of this book. I'm actually not that smart. I'm just stubborn. My books fell over. Hold on. You have a lot to go through. So feel free to come in and leave. Get some coffee. Go to the bathroom. All right, this is a fun one. Possible Origins. This is the best book on Chinese martial arts you will ever read. Scott Park Phillips, I hope you're listening. This, I emailed him immediately after I read this. I think we have to talk. He's amazing. He has a YouTube channel. Go and watch his YouTube channel. He's amazing. This, like, in terms of the anthropology of martial arts, Chinese martial arts, it does not get better. What can I say? Like, he's got a lot in here about dance and he connects a lot of like dance with martial arts, but it's way deeper than that. It just doesn't get any better. I kind of don't even want to say anything. You all should just go and get this book. He has a second book. I haven't read it. He says it's better. I'll just say one thing that I took away from this. Guan Yu on the cover. He is the god of war in Chinese mythology. He's also the god of accounting. Now, that sounds strange to the modern ear, but I talk about this in the book. Cool. Let's see. I lost my train of thought. Okay, so to the modern ear, when you think about violence, you don't think about exchange, but to the ancient mind, the two were directly related, because blood accounting is a give and take of vengeance, sacrifice. If you kill somebody, your blood is owed. You have to pay with blood. You either pay with your own blood, or maybe you can do some kind of vicarious human sacrifice or some kind of animal sacrifice. That blood pays down your blood debt. So the ideas of warfare used to be intimately tied in with exchange. And this wasn't a long time ago. This is like a few thousand years ago. This is not millions and millions of years ago. Like, we have very good records of this. Just even in like in the book, I talk about the connection between, victim and victor. Two words that are like opposites that come from the same thing. Buy and sell in Chinese are both my. Almost the same character, like one slight difference between the two. So buy and sell used to just be exchange in the human lexicon. And exchange, yes, we think of exchange now in terms of barter, in terms of currency and stock. However, exchange in terms of blood is fundamental to pretty much every religion on planet Earth. And when I say fundamental, I mean even in something like Buddhism, even in something like Hinduism, where they say like there's no more animal sacrifice. Like, yes, but it is founded on the idea of animal sacrifice. And if it's not, you're sort of like out of touch with the human operating system, I would say. I could go on forever about this book. Anyway, it's very good. All right. Mama's Last Hug, Franz de Waal. This is about how animals are very emotional. He's drawing a parallel between human evolution. He's drawing an evolutionary parallel between humans and primates, trying to make the case that primates are, just somewhere in the gradation. And one of his cases, I think he wrote a book about how, like, maybe we're just not smart enough to understand animals. I think there might be some truth to that, although it doesn't necessarily mean that in the, human domain, animals are smarter. In the animal domain, animals seem to be a lot smarter. Nobody's contesting that. I wouldn't know how to migrate over the seasons like a bird. Even salmon migrate. You ever look up salmon migration? This little salmon's got a brain about that big, right? And you look at salmon migration, you're like, yeah, you gotta take a genius to do that. I don't know how. Yeah, of course animals are amazing in their specific environments, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that we can study them, for example, to understand violence. Right? And that's sort of been one of my big thrusts, is that let's stop looking at chimpanzees to understand violence. We should we wouldn't look at cats to understand starfish leg formation, right? You wouldn't look at this. You get the idea. No, this book is okay. Like, I do kind of get an what would you say, like an anti-human kind of feeling from it. A lot of people write like that because they're responding to human exceptionalism. People just don't like human exceptionalism anymore. You see this with Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot, where it's like, well, we need to, check our egos as people. No, we don't. check your ego in general, yes, but I think as like, you know, as a people, I don't see what the point is. I don't see the point in I don't see the point in acknowledging that we came from animals. I just don't see what good that does us, because like that doesn't actually like resolve conflicts. It's not going to resolve much of anything. I don't think. At least it hasn't. Nobody has written anything useful about violence by looking at chimpanzees. All right, what's next? I'm going to try and go a little bit faster now. Derek Bickerton, what is this? More than nature needs. Language, Mind, and Evolution. Derek Bickerton wrote some amazing books on linguistics. Bastard Tongues and Adam's Tongue. They're very good. They're extremely good. His writing on the Creole languages and how Creole languages emerge. It's really an amazing hypothesis. And this is his last book before he died. And you get the feeling that like he just really wanted to make an evolutionary theory of language to, I don't know, like compete with the other guys that were out there doing that. And it's just not that good. Like he starts off by admitting that like, yes, we need to figure out what the special problem was that caused humans to evolve language when, you know, no other animal has, right? And so the special problem that he comes up with, that we were like aggressive scavengers, you know. And so in order to convey the information about where meat was, we had to be able to use language. Like, but every animal has this issue. Not good. Sorry. His other book, like, read Bastard Tongues. That is a good book. William McNeil's Pursuit of Power is another incredibly hard book to read that is so satisfying. Every page is like an entire book in this. And he kind of has like a Lewis Morgan approach to history, where he sort of talks about everything at the same time, which is amazing. This is also kind of how Charles Beard wrote history. So he'll say things like he'll say things like, during World War II, you have this machinery and these economic systems, and the borders were like this. And he talks about populations also, and the population movement, how this influenced warfare, and it just becomes this like big collage of technology and population and warfare. And it's really good, but it's incredibly hard to read. He has another book called Plagues and People. I haven't read it yet. Where is it? Yeah. Plagues and Peoples. Haven't read it, but this is all about the movement of people and populations due to plagues. So, this is just like this book is like really good. Quality stuff. Cultural Origins of Human Cognition. This is Michael Tomasello's book. Again, another kind of like Darwinist take on the origin of human thinking. And he's another sort of, you know, he believes that there's an autocatalytic process that, where the brain started growing and we started using language, and consciousness is sort of like a part of that. There's a part in here where he talks about autism, and this is an idea that's been kind of bandied around ever since Simon Baron-Cohen's Mind Blindness book. Let me show you this book. Baron-Cohen's book on mind blindness. So what Baron-Cohen claimed was that that one of the primary sort of drivers of human evolution was the ability to have joint attention. Theory of mind. So the ability to anticipate what other people are thinking, right? To put yourself in other people's shoes. And what he claims is that that people with autism don't have that. And then he copies that. He actually thinks that that's true. So what you're saying then is that people with autism are actually fundamentally lacking in a quality that causes hominization. Got it. Fuck off. Now, Baron-Cohen did change. He wrote another book called oh, what is it? What is it? Oh yeah, the Pattern Seekers. And I think that this was sort of his like olive branch, where it's like, oh, autism actually is like really good because they're systemizers or systematizers or whatever he says. But I don't think he ever walked back the theory of mind thing. Just cause your autistic patients are not showing you that they have theory of mind, just because they're not showing you doesn't mean it's not there, people. All right, so I just talked about Lewis Mumford, Techniques in Civilization. This is a pretty well-known book. What is it, 1930? No, wait a minute. This is 1934 originally. This is a lot like William McNeil's. He goes through the 3 phases of technology, which is the Eotechnic, which involved stones and water wheels, the Paleotechnic, which was coal and steel, and then Neolithic, the Neotechnic. Eotechnic, Paleotechnic, and Neotechnic. And Neotechnic is machinery, industrialization after coal and steel. So he missed steampunk. Yeah, steampunk is somewhere in between Paleotechnic and Neotechnic. I think that if you were to add one, maybe he does, but after World War II, you could probably say that there's like, a nucleotechnic or something, or because of nuclear physics and whatnot. I'm just checking some text here. Okay. All right. This was a very hard book to read, but it's very good. It's it's kind of like William McNeil's. He writes about everything all at the same time. It's really about how technology and the sort of like human experience, technology and thinking sort of align. I get the feeling that he's advocating some kind of communism, because it seems as though he sort of looks at technology as like kind of in the Jacques Ellullian kind of sense, or even like in like Ted Kaczynski, that it's just something that builds on its own, and that you just need the heavy hand of the state in order to like put a brake on it. Otherwise otherwise capitalists are just going to use it a bunch, right? That's the kind of idea. I get that feeling from this. He doesn't say it, but there is mention of communism or socialism, at least, in this. It's interesting. I bought this because I wanted to understand the history of archaeology as it relates to lithics. So Oldowan stones, stone technology, Acheulean hand axes, and I like to bandy this thing around. This is an Acheulean hand axe. It's between 1.2 million and 200,000 years old. And the hypothesis is that these were originally made as cutting tools. My question is, how the hell do you hold this thing? I'm not convinced it was a cutting tool. I think it had some other purpose, but that's beside the point. Let's talk about Mark White's book. So he writes about the entire history of Acheulean and also Oldowan hand axes. Now, the Acheulean hand axes were found first because they were in Europe. They're at these like Neolithic European sites, and he was kind of surprised that whenever people would find these, that they're always the same. And that was a big shock to archaeologists, that there was this uniform shape to hand axes, and they were always found in piles. It seemed as though, as tools, the question was always like, why don't they like ever sharpen these things? Like, why are there so many, right? Because you would think that if it was a tool, they would just like reuse the same one over and over. And so I'm not going to go through this too much. This took me months to read because it reads like a 470-page white paper. It's not a fun read. The big issue with this book, and I mentioned this on
another stream, he never talks about warfare. Never talks about warfare or violence. And I think that to me is ridiculous. How can you talk about these things without talking about warfare? I just don't even know how it's possible. He mentions it like twice maybe, but it's usually to debunk it. It's just like, it's like, yeah, people say something about violence, but it's not it. It's this instead. It's like, so the theory that he keeps going back to is that you know, hand axes were originally tools. They were useful. They came straight out of, you know, primate tools, and they were not for religious purposes. They were not for sacred purposes, and they were not language. They were for cutting and doing all this. And I ask you, how would you hold this thing? It's like impossible. But there is an interesting thing here that I noticed that I don't think he would agree with this. But that there is a very sort of standard cutting regimen that you go through when you're making hand axes. And I was really shocked by this. So if you look, you can see there's like a stroke order. And are these Clactonian? Yeah, these are Clactonian and Acheulean. There's a stroke order to these. And this was pretty rigidly followed. You know, they didn't really deviate from the standard technique. And the technique would go down family after family after family for 2 million years, or 1.5 million years. That says something to me. Also, I don't know how that dating comes about. I completely open to questioning that dating. This is a pro-questioning channel. But that to me looks like a stroke order. So when you compare something like cuneiform, which, I don't know, like, are the cuneiform notches really just arbitrary? Or are the notches in cuneiform being, I'll dig it up later, it's in the pile. The cuneiform might have indicated the stroke order on old hand axes. Just a thought. But I didn't like this. I didn't enjoy it. Oops. Ravensburling, The Talking Ape, another not good book. Another book about how language gradually evolved with the size of the brain. Yes, ancient Sumerian cuneiform. Now, cuneiform is used in a ton of languages. So Persia had it, Sumeria, Babylon, Hittites, Ugaritic had cuneiform. You could write a bunch of different languages. Yeah, Talking Ape, How Language Evolved. He also has what you would call a Daesaurian view of language, which is that he takes the view that words themselves are arbitrary. As long as we agree on what word to use and we agree on the meaning, it could be any word. And he has this quote, like a shovel could be a blonsel or a plinkle. It wouldn't matter as long as we agree that the meaning of it is that it's a shovel. And okay, I've never understood like what good that opinion is, because first of all, why would that matter? And second of all, it seems not true, because every word has etymology. Every word has etymology. So, like, just because you don't know the etymology doesn't mean it's not there. So, for example, you know, the word for victor, right? Like, it comes from victuals, which comes from, you know, food, right? And so there's always an etymology. I suck at linguistics, sorry. There's always an etymology.
And just that it's at a certain point, like if you lose track of it, that doesn't mean people just made it up then. It just means that that you don't have a record of where that word came from. So I don't think that anybody makes up words. It always seems like words are like being divided off, like split in half, right? Like the words like cleave, even a word like cleave, it has two meanings. Did you guys know that the word cleave means both to divide and to attach to? Right? What a crazy word. So like words divide over time. It's not arbitrary. Yeah, a meat cleaver cleaves meat, but then in the Bible you're supposed to cleave to your wife. You know, whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, what? What am I supposed to do to her? So, yeah, so this is like another one of those linguistics books that claims that language is just about communication. The words can be arbitrary. It's all about what we want to talk about. It's not good. Marshall Sahlins, What Kinship Is and Is Not. This is a great little book. He's of the Claude Lévi-Strauss school of thinking, and I'm going to get to Claude Lévi-Strauss. But he talks about kinship. This is a very quick read. It's a hard read. But, he talks about what kinship means in different societies. And, there are just 2 chapters. Kinship is... the conclusion is that kinship is culture and not biology. And I think that that's a great summation, because our concept of kinship nowadays, I think sometimes we just have too narrow a definition of what kin means. We tend to think of kin as blood relations, but that's just not how people used to think about kin. And a lot of ancient societies still don't think about kin that way. Some people associate kin with people who you just know. The term ken, there's a Scottish word for ken, I think. I think it's ken. People say, I don't know ken. That means I don't know. To know somebody. So even like a relation, any kind of relation was ken, which is kin. That's where we get that word from. So kin just means to know. So when the Bible says he came to know somebody, it doesn't necessarily mean that he, slept with didn't have like gay sex with angels or anything. It's not necessarily what that means, right? So we have to think more like old people, I think, be useful so we can know what people were talking about. Anyway, I wish he was alive, because I would have loved to talk to him. He seemed like such a cool dude. He has funny, he's funny. Like, he's like, effortlessly funny. So Marshall Sahlins, love this guy. This is great. All right, now, basic color terms. This is one of my, this is definitely my top 5 list of the year. Because, will this focus? Where's the focus spot? Doesn't seem like it. Anyway, I've talked about this a few times. This is one of the most fascinating things I've ever read. The basic point is this: that let me see if I can find a better table. Here we go. This is a good example. Okay, so what these guys did is 2 guys in Berkeley. What they did was they sampled 100 languages, native speakers, and what they did was they determined whether or not these languages had basic color terms. Now, every language has a basic color term for white and for black, or it might mean dark and light. Every language has these. All the all the New Guinea Highland languages have them, and those are like the ones that are quote unquote the least evolved. I don't believe that, but we'll get to that. The stage 1 languages have basic color terms for black and white, which means that it doesn't mean that they can't discern blue from red from. It doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means that when they say something's red, they'll say, well, that's blood colored. When they say something is blue, they say, well, that's sky colored. Or if they say something is green, it's like, well, that's tree colored. Or like there's a specific, like a pine color. They'll say a specific word. Or sometimes it's a borrowed term. And so like Javanese or Malaysian, I think, have like chocolate is brown, which is imported from Dutch, right? So the Dutch language, they borrow terms, and there's some African languages that have borrowed English terms for blue, baru, for example. I think New Guinea might use the word baru for blue. So, but a basic color term that's native, every language has black and white, which means that those words are like, they are reducible to other meanings, but they're basic enough to be their own words, right? It doesn't mean something colored. It just means it's that. It's an adjective. It's like tall, short, black, white, right? And so what they would do, let me see. Maybe there's a better, here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is the good stuff. So let me find an example. So like, you can try and find an example of a stage 1 language that only has black and white. Okay, so like Pomo. I don't even know where Pomo was spoken. But basically, sorry, that's not a good example. Let me just go back to this one. So if your language only has 2 color terms for black and white, then like what they would do is they would show you, do I have the color sheet? Oh, they have it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the cool part. They included these neat little paint swatches, like the things you get at Home Depot. Yeah. So what they would do is they would ask native speakers to point to, they would say like, what is this? What is this? Is it white? Or then they would say like, well, that's white or black or whatever. Or they would say it's red. Or they would say, well, this is tree colored. Okay, well, what's that? Black. And what's that? White. What's that? Well, that's like a grape color, right? So that, and then they would say, well, what's that? Well, that's blood color. And what's that one? Oh, it's like a lighter blood color. And sometimes they couldn't even really like differentiate. So basically, they would organize the languages that way, and they would determine whether it was a stage 1 to a stage 7 language. And I'm going to talk about why this matters, because it's so fascinating. And this is something I wish every linguist would pick this book up right now and give me an answer to this. Not me. It's not about me. Give the people an answer. So yeah, that would mean that all of the colors could, technically exist on either white or black continuum, right? And then the next level of language, the next color term that enters a language is always red. Red is always the next basic color term that enters. And so they would be able to identify red things, but then there was all this stuff in the middle that like was not identifiable as like a basic color term. The next one that would always enter was either green or yellow, right? That would be a stage 3, 3A or 3B. The next one is always blue. Blue is always the next one that enters. And then it's brown. And then it goes to orange, purple, pink, and gray. You get the rest of them. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because whenever red is introduced, red is always a cognate of blood. Always a cognate of blood. Sometimes or usually blood. Hebrew, it's Adam or Edom, which is the name for Adam. The cognate of Adam or Edom. Adom. Sorry, my Hebrew sucks. The cognate of that is dam, which is blood. So maybe before red entered the lexicon, it would have been dam colored, but then it just became Adam or Adom. So why does that matter? Well, what I think, so a communication scientist, if you were to ask the question, by the way, if you were to ask, we should just do it. You should just ask Google Gemini right now. I'm going to do it. Check this out. I'm going to give you the Google Gemini opinion as to why this happens. And you're going to know. You're going to see what I mean. Okay. Check this out.
I gotta turn the mic back on. How do I turn the mic on? Let's see. Microphone access. Oh, I don't know why that's continuing. Here we go.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I have a question about linguistics.
Sure. What's on your mind?
In Berlin and Kay's 1969 study, they found that the basic color term for red is always the color that enters the lexicon after black and white and before any of the other colors. Why would red enter the lexicon before other colors?
That's a great question. Berlin and Kay's theory is that the order colors enter a language's lexicon follows a pattern, with red consistently coming after black and white. There's a couple of reasons for this. First, red's a really noticeable color. It stands out against a lot of natural backgrounds, so it's easier to pick out. That makes it a good candidate for getting its own word. Also, red's often associated with things like blood, fire, and ripe fruit. All pretty important stuff throughout history. Does that answer your question?
Why is blood important?
Blood's important because it carries oxygen throughout your body.
All right, goodbye.
As a delivery system.
Never ask Gemini anything. Okay. Blood is important because it is the basic medium of exchange. It is the first method of exchange. Blood sacrifice comes before any other sacrifice. What is the sacrifice that comes after blood? Vegetable sacrifice, always. Cain and Abel, right? Vegetable sacrifice always comes after, which is the yellow and green. That would be my theory on why those color terms entered. And the cognate, like I said, the cognate of red is almost always blood. It's never apple. It's never apple colored. You know, never say, oh, it's apple colored. It's poison colored. They don't do that. Nobody does that. So you have to understand, like, the communication sciences believe that we evolved language to survive in an environment. That's why they always say things like, oh, it mattered so we could talk about apples. No, we didn't. We don't need to talk about apples. Animals don't need to talk about apples. Animals don't need to talk about poisons, and yet they don't go around eating poisons. They don't need to go around figuring out where apples are and talking about apples. They don't need that. They're already optimized. We are already optimized to get food. We know what we're doing. Okay, we didn't need language to figure out poisons. Okay, that seemed to come preloaded with this operating system. I don't even know quite how that fits into my theory, but if it were about surviving in the wilderness, and about surviving the environment, then red would be associated with like berry and poison, and it's just not. Never is. Very good book. There's also a part in here that is just unbelievable, where they actually say it's haunting, this what they find. So they found this really weird correlation between the frequency and the amplitude of color terms as they enter a lexicon, and the frequency and amplitude of sounds as they enter an individual's phonology as they're growing up. And they have no, and what's so fascinating about this, and they're like, we don't know why this is happening, but it's happening. We don't know why. And then that's amazing. Top 5 of the year. I'm putting it off to the side because it is that good. I kind of want to put this in my top 5 also, but I don't think I will. I want to, though, because I talk about it more than almost any other book that I've read. The Song of the Ape is so amazing. Andrew Halloran's book about the dialects of chimpanzees. So he traced the dialects of a chimp from Africa compared to a chimp in Florida compared to a chimp in Chicago, and he came up with a system. He found that there's like a range of about like 25 to 30 calls, and they all have like a little miniature grammar. And I just thought that was the coolest thing that chimpanzee calls have this. Now, it's not language because you don't have infinite sentence creation. You have a hard limit. And chimpanzee communication is like arguably one of the most advanced. But the fact that he traced the sort of like mini grammar of chimpanzees, I thought was just unbelievable. I think it might also be in my top 5. Let's see. Yeah, so he's got. Okay, so these are the sort of translations for the words that he came up with. So hallelujah, probably not literal. I need help. Come here. I'm in control and all is well. Look at me. Prepare yourselves. Please stop. Let's fight. I found food. I'm so sick of you attacking me. Mom, you have disobeyed me. We're about to eat. Now you notice that these are all ego directed, and this is very common within chimpanzee, language studies, that they've found that when you try and get a chimpanzee to talk about things other than themselves, it's just sort of like a hit or miss. Like you don't quite know if they're doing it for a reward at that point. A good book is How Music Works by Wayne Chase. Thank you for the recommendation. That seems cool. Read a book of music and explain it to us why people have to listen to it, Eric. Book on music. Oh, read a book. I have a couple. I have 2. I have 2 books on music. One is The Music of the Most Ancient Nations and The Study of National Music, both of them by Carl Engel. They're very good so far. Well, the ancient music one is really good. But I think music is just like one of those things too at the origin of people, where like music might have come before hunting. I think it's totally possible. Or music, what do I mean by that? I think no, that's not what I meant. Music might have come before hunting implements. So I think it's possible that the bow string might have been a musical instrument first, and then it became a weapon later, or a hunting tool first and then a weapon later. I don't know. I mean, I'll question all this stuff happily. I can't find the part where he has the grammar, but anyway, just a fantastic book, and it's like I love how he writes, because the stories are so good in it too. It's my top 5. He has just amazing stories about like going and starting work at the zoo, and the danger. Oh my gosh, the danger of working with chimpanzees is like, they're so dangerous. It's ridiculous. Like they had to put them on islands separated with water because they can't swim. They sink like rocks. I didn't know that. They sink like rocks, and so they would use a boat to go from the humans would use a boat to go from one island to the other. And there's a boat heist that he writes. Somebody is going to option this and make a Planet of the Apes killer. It's so good. Language Instinct by Steven Pinker. Another gradualist kind of approach to understanding human language. Pinker writes really well. I enjoy reading his books, even if I disagree with what he's saying. He's so good at writing. I mean, he was actually I'm very inspired by his method of writing, because he ties in a lot of pop culture, and he's funny. He's very charming. Look at him. Look at the guy. So charming. And now his view is that he's sort of fighting against Chomsky, right? So Noam Chomsky believes that everybody has a universal grammar, which is sort of like a set of switches that sort of get set by the time you're about 7. And then after that, it's kind of difficult to move those switches around, which is why it's difficult to learn language after you're 7 or 10 or whatever. It's kind of flexible. But and Chomsky had no theory as to like where recursion came. This is recursion, right? Or excuse me, he had no theory of where universal grammar came from. And one of the aspects of language that Chomsky really sort of focuses on is recursion. Recursion is self-nesting. So, for example, recursion would be this. That's recursion, self-nesting. That would be self-nesting, where you like nest a thing within itself, which creates an infinite series, right? And so you can do that with language, because you can sort of nest ideas infinitely within other ideas. So if I say
Um, you have a bunch of different. All language is recursive. So if I were to say, the other day when you met that kid that you were talking about who bought the apple that the worm almost ate through, that was squashed by the man's foot, yeah, that, and then like you have these orders of recursion. Once we get to like 7 or 8, you sort of forget what I was talking about at the beginning, right? So that's like recursive depth, and you can make a sentence like infinitely long. But like, good writing, you'll say, hey, the other day when you bought that thing at the store, yeah, that was mine. I wish you'd return it to me, because it has a basket in it. The basket was given to me by my mom. My mom got it from her dad, who was in the war, and the war was really bad. I would like it back. And so when I say I would like it back, you can take it and like reference the ledger, so to speak. Like, oh, he's talking about the thing, and he's got all this additional kind of metadata attached to it with like its history, which might not be necessary. I'll just give it back, right? So I don't have to tell you when I say, yeah, just give it back. I don't have to say the whole thing again, right? I don't have to give you all the detail. All I have to say is it. And that's the same with like every word, right? Every word has like, it could have potentially like infinite depth. If I say, give me 75 of those things over there. Right, like the word 75 is recursive because within 75 is like there's this like value to it, and so I don't need to show you like give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and count up to 75 so that I could have that many of that thing. I just tell you 75, and I just that's recursion. And so what Pinker says is that Chomsky said that recursion has no clear origin; it just suddenly emerges. Pinker says that recursion could have gradually evolved. I don't think recursion gradually evolved. If my Roba hypothesis is correct, then Roba is sort of like if Roba is at the origin, then language is at the origin, and Roba itself creates recursion, and that recursion just gets co-opted just co-opts language basically, or gets co-opted by language. And so like the infinite tactics between two people, where we're trying to anticipate each other's weapons, or if there's 15 people, you've got this like nested array of like fractals of trying to, what did I just hear? If you're trying to figure out what everybody else is possibly going to do, then you can take that recursion and like assign it to a variable, and that variable is a word or a sound or a sign. It's this, and you can like assign it to that, and then anytime somebody does that, they sort of check that check that against the ledger, and they say, oh, that means everything's good, everything's not good, etc., etc. Yeah, it's just kind of another Darwinian book about language in theory, but like the writing style is really good. Rick Rubin's The Creative Act. This is a nice book. It's nice. It's all about creativity. I found that when I was reading this, like I would just read like one little chapter every day, and I would, I'd find like, I would come up with a new idea for my script or something. It's really good. I should read it again this year. Rick Rubin, by the way, was, he's a music producer. I'm sure a lot of you know who he is, but he produced so much of the like hip hop music that we, come to know and love. So he's pretty like instrumental. He talks a lot about like, artists and their techniques and what they would do, but it's like really breezy reading. You can see how it's written. It's like, it's kind of, he uses a lot of kind of religious terminology, like you got to ask the universe for help, and the universe like, I don't know about that, but it does have this kind of airy quality to it that makes it very readable. Alice Miller, For Your Own Good, top 5. I know this for a fact. I keep talking about it. Okay, Alice Miller was a child psychologist. In her, like the way that she approaches child abuse, and this is very important to me. I have kids. the way that she approaches child abuse is she approaches it from a kinship angle, and she homes in on the Third Reich, and she took a lot of heat for this, for sort of psychoanalyzing Hitler and finding Hitler to have been, like any madman, possibly a byproduct of abuse. Is that too far-fetched to humanize Hitler? That Hitler was a child at one point who might have gone well had it not been for the environment that he was raised in. I know that there are a lot of people who hate that kind of thinking. I think Ben Shapiro has said that, like, that he hates that kind of thinking. That, like, there can be evil people, and I think that sort of undergirds the question when people ask, like, if you could go back in time, would you murder Hitler as a baby? It's like, no, I'd go get him an art supply set, you know? I don't think he had to be that. But, well, you can't go back in time, so it's a stupid question. So her analysis is she comes, she came from a Jewish background, so obviously this was very close to her. But she approaches her subjects with so much love. You cannot help but love what she's saying in this book. And the idea that, that child abuse is self-abuse, that if you're abusing a helpless child, what you're doing is you're sort of attacking your own weakness because you hate your weakness, right? Because if you were to acknowledge that you're a child, that you were abused, that you were a victim, if you were to acknowledge that, then that might hurt your ego. And guys like Hitler couldn't do that, especially because, he risked finding out that his grandpa was Jewish, right? And it's very likely, because I think it's fairly well known that his father was very abusive. And his father was scared to death of the idea that his father had been Jewish. So, top 5. Oh, that one gets me. I'll go through this one real quick. Another book on Paul, Hard Sayings of Paul. This one's kind of like F.F. Bruce's book, but this one's even more sort of like nitty gritty. Just kind of goes through various statements about Paul. Some interesting stuff in here about a lot of stuff that Paul said about women. He goes through the context of it, and there's a lot of apology in this. Possibly that might turn people off, but I think that if you want to understand Paul for whatever reason, this is pretty good. All right, we're working through it. We're working through it, guys. Let's do a little bit of fiction. Albert Camus, The Stranger. Oh, so good. This is amazing. It's so good because it's about what I connected with the main character. I can't remember his name. What I connected with was that here's a guy who's just trying to go through life. He's not very social. He doesn't abide by social norms, and it just completely destroys him. Because everybody around him believes that he's, a psychopath, essentially, because of just the way that he interacts with people. Oh, it's amazing. The last scene where he's interacting with the priest in prison. Yeah. So I'm a fan. Hey, let's go on to... this is a 2-part set. Studies in Ancient History by John McLennan. It's 2 parts. The second one is a collection of his papers. He's a lot like Lewis Morgan, writes a lot about kinship. Again, 2024 is the year of the kinship in science books. This is very readable stuff. McLennan has he's kind of fiery, which I like. He wrote a very, very readable book called the Patriarchal Theory. And this book is great. Like, this is actually all you really need to read, I think, if you want to read about Reed McLennan, because it's a takedown of a very famous lawyer at the time. Oh my gosh, what was his name? It'll come to me. At any rate, he tackles the patriarchal theory of Henry Maine, Sir Henry Maine. Henry Maine's patriarchal theory. Henry Maine believed that all human society originated with patrilineal clans where the father was in charge. So like what we call paterfamilias, and which is like the Roman concept of like the father having ultimate authority over the whole family, even authority of life and death, and like the father could actually put his own children to death. And Henry Maine claimed that that was like the original family structure. And McLennan goes and like digs up all this, data from like North America, Slovakia, India, Israel, Australia, everywhere, where actually there were matrilineal clans long before patrilineal families. it's amazing. Henry Maine, I don't think ever really responded. All right, well, this one's fun. This is Flying Saucerama. I don't know why I got this. I picked it up at the library as a book. It's all about kind of like the history of people seeing UFOs. And when you read it, you're like, oh, okay, here's a guy that's just kind of like, he's just asking a lot of questions like, was it a UFO or was it the government, right? And then at the end, it's like, no, in fact, like Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior, and there are also angels and demons in the sky. It's like, oh, okay, this is a missionary book. And I should have known, this is copyright 1959 by International Evangelism Crusades Incorporated. So it got me. It's not that good. All right, Chinese lineage and society. Now, my notes say that I read this, and I don't remember reading it. I wonder if it was an error or everything I read just went over my head. But I think I can kind of tell you what it's about. Yeah, I don't know if I read this. I feel like I bothering me. I don't think I read this. No. Wait a minute. Maurice? Oh no, I did. Wow, this is like a memory hole. I don't know what this is about. Well, here, I'll just read mine. So I take notes for everything. Usually, what is this, like 57? So 57,000 words for 200 pages. That's probably my average. I take a lot of notes. And I'll write little summaries. So here's one. It says, the law of succession to ancestral worship seems to follow that same process that Rome had, which required a man to adopt a son in the agnatic line, which is down the male side. Though Romans appeared not to care which line he was adopted from, to continue the family worship. Yeah, so we're talking about ancient Chinese familial worship. Like the like children, the sons were priests, and if you didn't have a son, you would adopt one. Note the importance of geomancy and ancestor burial grounds, ancestral halls, the angles of things, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of geomancy, obviously. All of this is ex post narrative on why some lines persist while others die out. And it produces the cottage industry of Chinese geomancy. So it's interesting. Let me just respond to this. Yes. So one of the fun things about Chinese geomancy is like a lot of it has to do with like reconciling family lines, pleasing gods and whatnot, and also sometimes like the family lines will sort of tweak things and like add a name in here or there, and if Chinese society was originally matrilineal, there had to be a hard shift somehow. Maybe during the Shang
during the Shang Dynasty, or maybe it came like in the South. It would have come much later, but in the North, the Shang Dynasty would have introduced possibly patrilineal descent, and the Confucianism was like the codification of that, and Buddhism would have then come in, and Buddhism also in Japan would align itself with states so long as the states had a system that could allow for temple building, and so you can't have a temple city unless you have patrilineal descent. And so from what I understand, like Buddhism doesn't really take root in places where patrilineal descent is not like codified properly. That's my conspiracy theory. That's going to be its own book if it's true. Yeah, Davina Duckworth says, hello, Davina. You're always on these, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you. I was looking up pagodas a month or two ago. Tell me what you find. Tell me what you find. Because I'm very interested. Places of worship and contemplation. Yes. It's always like, it's always more than that, though. It's not just like, it's not like going to church on Sunday and kneeling and, do your things and go home. It's not that, right? It's like you have legitimate fears over your ancestors coming and haunting you if you don't provide the right offerings to them. That's a legitimate fear. And you have to get all the nameplates and everything. This is really interesting. I can't remember the guy's name. Kuhn? He was an artist in the early 20th century who did a lot of stone art, and he would like find natural stones and he'd engrave on them. And Kuhn said that ancient Germany they believed that when you put a name in a stone, that's where the dead resided, and so they would put a tombstone over the body, and they put the name on the tombstone, and then the soul of the body would go into the rock. I didn't know that. Like, I thought that those are just to like claim the location. But if the reason we put the name on there is like that's supposedly because like that's where the soul goes. Way more in common with Asia than we thought. I love that stuff. Yeah, there is something amazing about. There is something really amazing about. I would say especially Japanese like Shinto inspired architecture. Yeah, because it's all about like empty space and contemplation. Rome had that too. Rome had these like open. Look, John Wick. My favorite part about John Wick is the architecture and the set design. Because from what I understand, Chad Stahelski has like an architecture background. And you look at his house and you kind of see it. It's like, here is a place for contemplation. And so, an open space that's not filled with a bunch of crap. like this. Kind of gives room for contemplation, What else? Okay, the Y. Oh, okay, now I'm remembering. Okay, I have another note here. Note that the Y, W-A-I, are fortified cities where. Okay, my question was, were they patrilineal? And was this the only way they could build up fortifications? So the question is like, did the Confucian government continue spreading patrilineal descent, which is kind of like a bilateral descent system in China, but it still does ultimately like go through the father. Kinship is reckoned through the mother as well, but the mother joins the father in the ancestral tablets. The husband, excuse me. The wife joins the husband in the ancestral tablets. So her name is transferred over to the patrilineal side when she dies. She doesn't go back to her family's side. And so if this was a way, so if patrilineal descent was spreading south, then that would have been how you built fortifications. And that could have like helped, against invading Mongols and whatnot. I have a question here. Why does the author believe that main lineages might be resistant to fudging?
Does he think the lineages are correct to assume patrilineal descent? Anyway, this is fascinating stuff. I'm only beginning my research into like Chinese kinship and cities, because I think that there's something there. I think that it might even have the answer to Southern Shaolin. Just saying. Anyway, I don't really remember this book, but I think I don't remember it because I was just sort of going like, I know, I know the whole time, which means that you don't remember it. Just like reading a political book that you agree with, and you read 350 pages of the thing, you put it down, and someone asks, what was that about? And you're like, I don't know, but I agreed with the whole thing. Okay, one of the worst books of the year is Anybody Out There by Frank Drake. I think it's a bad book, not because it's badly written. It's an autobiography. Frank Drake created the Drake equation. And I would not put it in my top 5. I would say it's one of my top cited books, because I talk about this all the time now, because this is really hot stuff at the moment. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news. I haven't, but from what I hear, there's people talking about UFOs and aliens and all that. Everybody's hoping for aliens still. Everybody really wants aliens right now. It might be AI that like is freaking everybody out. So everybody wants aliens. And so Frank Drake, he's a true believer. Okay, so the first page two of this thing, he lays it all out very clearly that he was raised by fundamentalist Baptist parents. He says, let me find it. Here it is, page 2. Page 2. Where'd it go? Here it is. I've been waiting for this moment here all my life. Indeed, if there's anything unusual about my otherwise normal childhood, it is that I started tracing my ties to alien civilizations of intelligent life in the universe at age 8. I did this in spite of my family's fundamentalist religious beliefs and despite their scorn for fantastic ideas. Although those parental attitudes didn't stop my mind from straying into space, they did make me hold my tongue on the topic until I became a grown man. That, if I were to channel Alice Miller right now, right there is your problem, sir, is that you were abused. Hate to say it, but religious parents out there, word of advice. There's a really quick way to turn your kid into an atheist. You know what it is? Shove it down their throat. Shove the whole thing down their throat and don't let them question anything. If they question it, beat them. That's how you get an atheist as a kid. That's for the religious parents out there. Atheist parents, you want to know how you turn your kid into a right-wing redneck religious zealot? Shove it down their throats and don't let them question anything. It's the same thing. Stop doing that. I hate that. I mentioned that don't abuse children. Thank you. Can we please stop abusing children? And I do put, if your kid's not allowed to question things, and I think even if you clamp down on them emotionally, if you say like, don't talk to me even that is abuse. I would say that that's abuse. Completely. You have to let your kids figure this stuff out. You have to let them ask questions. Do not shove stuff down their throat. They will go the other way. I promise you. The world's too big. The world's way too big. There are too many people out there who will take this guy. They'll take your abused child. Any one of it's Peter Pan, Pinocchio land. Excuse me, it's Pinocchio land out there. There are 7,999,999,998 other people out there who will take your kid, and your kid's got questions. My dad didn't want me to talk about that. Well, let's talk about it. In fact, let's just believe you. Let's believe everything you think. Oh, cool. And now they're in Peter Pan land. That is a way to get them off into that world.
Parents, don't be like Frank Drake's parents. Don't be like that. Either side of the aisle, anywhere in the spectrum, whether you're an atheist or religious or like whatever. Don't even or political. Don't even have an opinion. One of my friends said the greatest thing one time, which is that somebody asked him, like, do you tell your kids your political opinions? And he said, I think that the best thing to do as a parent is to have no opinions about anything. Totally agree with that. I don't have opinions anymore. My kids say, like, Dad, what do you think about trees? I'll be like, I don't know, son. What do you think? Let's look at one. What do you see? I see something I can cut down and burn. Or what? I don't know. Figure it out. I'm not you. Anyway, so I think about this guy a lot because he spent his entire life running from that, which is really sad to me. That like what was just a simple 8-year-old's fascination became what I believe is one of the greatest acts of stupid pseudoscience that's ever been put into an institution, which is the Drake equation, which became SETI. So the Drake equation is essentially the odds of extraterrestrial, not just extraterrestrial, but intelligent civilizations existing in any kind of given area. And basically what you do is you multiply, the number of planets in a solar system that are habitable times the odds that like abiogenesis will happen, times the odds that abiogenesis creates intelligence, times the odds that intelligence is going to be able to broadcast, times the odds of wiping themselves out, etc. It's this long equation. And they and his buddy was Carl Sagan. So Carl Sagan wrote that with him at the time. And and then they were working with Soviets at the time too. And the reason that they cared so much, of course, is because everybody's freaked out about nuclear war. And the Soviets are freaked out about nuclear war too. And that is kind of an interesting aspect of this, that like nobody wanted the nukes to go off. If somebody did want the nukes, they would have gone off, and they didn't. Still nobody wants the nukes to go off. And I think that they were looking for an external mediator, which was gone at that point. And the external mediator was extraterrestrial intelligence. And the Soviets were actually putting some money into that as well. And there are a few Soviets in here, like Kardashev, the Kardashev scale, of course. Kardashev was one. There's this other guy. There are a couple characters in here. They're kind of fun. I can't remember his name. At any rate, so they write up this equation. Oh, there's the equation. I just had it. They write up this equation, and they say, okay, so we have the equation. So he and Carl Sagan, they get some funding. They open up a telescope, and they say, cool. The odds of finding their math indicates that there are like 100 million advanced civilizations. Here it is. Here's the Drake equation. Right there, that thing. That is the odds of aliens communicating with us. So they found that, there's going to be like 100 million alien civilizations in the Milky Way or something. And they had this, and like they've had this amazing sort of like radio telemetry system built so that they could like figure out where that might be coming from if they could find it. And all these advancements are incredible. And they turn it on, and Carl Sagan's there, and he's like, all right, they're just going to start coming in. And nothing happened. And they kind of wait, and a couple hours goes by. There's a major sort of party foul. Nothing happens. And then a weird one comes in a few weeks later. And like, what's that? And they start tracing it. It's like, oh, it's a weird sort of interaction between two stars that are like revolving around each other. What do we call that? Let's call it a pulsar. The guy invented the guy discovered the pulsar. And it's sort of like, yeah, okay, we found that. We're trying to find aliens. Well, that's pretty cool what you just found. Like you have discovered pulsars. That's amazing. Oh, here's a Venus. We figured out we found the real heat of Venus, but there's no life there. That's a big deal. So what I got from this is that, well, first of all, n still equals 1. Number of advanced civilizations still equals 1 in the universe, according to our measurements. Until n is greater than 1, I don't really know what else there is to say about that. And I don't know how much we really need to be sinking into this. Now, from what I understand, SETI is a private company, and it got $200 million last year or the year before. I looked it up. I looked at their donations. They got this massive donation. You know, like, if anybody's going to find aliens, it'd be them. Nobody's stopping them. So what I took from this is that, first of all, don't abuse your kids. And the second thing is that all scientific efforts, all scientific sort of endeavors have a very lofty foundation. They always do. They're very lofty because every person has this sort of inner child that they are. You're trying to have a relationship with your inner child, and this I'm going back again. Like this might be the best of all the books from this year. You're always going back to that inner child, and you're trying to have a relationship with this inner child, your wounded child, who was inevitably abused by somebody, possibly your parents. And you're trying to find a way to deal with this inner child who like won't shut up, won't leave you alone, won't stop making you get addicted to substance, it just won't stop. And so in order to do that, like you're either lashing out and hurting people or you're like running away from it. Right? And the running away leads to things like the Drake equation. And it's also there's also a belief within that like you're pursuing true science, and I think we need to acknowledge that even the most scientific of us in our most scientific endeavors, we have some kind of there's some kind of call that we're answering to, and like mine with the robo hypothesis is like I have this like need to demonstrate that people are different. I don't know what it is. I at some point I got really sick of hearing Rogan talk about humans being just chimps. I got really sick of, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson saying we're just space dust. I just got sick of it. And I don't know what it is, but like I'm just not cynical about violence the way that's the mainstream is. And when I see violence, I see language. I see something, and it's not that it's good, but I see language. Like I understand it. You know, people ask, like, have you ever been in a fight? It's like, no, never been in a fight, because anytime I see violence, I just talk to it. I've always been able to do that. I've always been able to, like, get a guy who wants to kill me, be like, hey, dude, hold on. What's up with the tattoo? Tell me about that. Oh, my mother. I write this story in the book. My mother. Oh, I miss her so much. I'm walking the guy to the door. I'm like, man, I'm so sorry. It seems like you're really upset by it. I hope you're okay. He's like, I'm sorry. And he grabbed my face and he kissed me. Like changed my life, man. I was just like, why would I fight anybody? Here's a Russian man who wanted to kill me. It's a true story. He came into stunt practice. He wanted to kill people. He said, I'd fight anybody. He had his beer, he's 50, he's got a tank top. It's like winter in San Francisco. Who is this? Walks in and everyone in the gym is just like, uh-oh, what are we, this guy's dojo storming us? What are we gonna do? Because we were at a martial arts school. And I just like went up to him and said, hey man, tell me about your tattoo. And then that's the story. And I walked him out and I was just like, yeah, it sounds like you miss your mom, man. He's, you know, I'm sorry, you know. He's like, it's okay. He kissed me. And I think like from then on, like I really lost the sort of like fighting bone in me. I just didn't want it. It just, you know, when you see there's always a human. There's always a human under the violence. There's just always someone there. Oh, the beer. Oh, so I remember the smell of the kiss because he kissed me like here, right here, and that kiss was like this big. It was like that, and I just remember the smell of that kiss. Oh, somehow his mouth was like this big. I have a very vivid memory of this. But every act of violence, you know, every murder suicide is like a call for help of some kind. Doesn't make it right? It's pure evil what's happening. But there is a human under that. We got to stop calling it animalistic. You got to stop doing that, because you're removing the humanity from violence. You can't do that. It's going to be you're going to completely lose sight of it. Stupid. All right. Debating. So I've already got 3 best of the year. I've already got 3. I think this is number 4. Elementary Structures of Kinship. Claude Lévi-Strauss. The hardest book I've ever read, for sure. This is the hardest book I've ever read. It was hard for 2 reasons. 3 reasons, I think. First of all, it was translated from French into English, so there's some way that French people think that when it gets translated into English, there's just like another translation that I have to do. And it's one of the reasons I want to start learning French. I started like learning French, not well, I just want to learn how to read French, because when I read French now, it just goes in cleaner. Right? It's just there's like a cleaner entry. Sounds bad. So that's the first issue. Second issue, Claude Lévi-Strauss admits that even when he reads his own stuff, he doesn't understand what he said. So even he is like kind of writing off the cuff a lot of the time. All right. And the third thing is that I really wanted to read it and understand it. That's the problem. If I didn't give a crap, I would have just kind of, I kind of get it. You know, it was kind of like how I felt with, you know, Wilhelm von Humboldt's On Language. Kind of how I felt with that. Kind of how I felt with, what's the latest one I started reading? It's how I feel with Myth a lot of the time. But this one I wanted to understand fully. So I worked through it 3 or 4 pages a day, and I finished it. I think it took me 6 months. Every day reading 3 or 4 pages, because 500 pages. This is 3 months about. Claude Lévi-Strauss's theory is that kinship is exchange, and that's it. That is the beauty of this. Kinship is exchange. That's it. And I love that. The reason I love that is because that, to me, is science. That is a scientific theory. Like, it doesn't really get simpler than that. So, the way that he describes all forms of kinship is that, now he doesn't talk about violence. He doesn't get into, all he talks about is systems of kinship and exchange. And he has sort of 2 models that he follows. One is restricted exchange, which is where you have a family A and family B. Family A gives a bride or a groom to family B, and family B gives a bride or a groom back. They exchange, right? Or they give a it's that they give a bride or a groom back, and that's the exchange. That's direct exchange. Or restricted exchange, I forget which one it is. Anyway, same thing. The other cycle, the other kind of exchange is general exchange, which is if you have 3 or more families, you have A gives a bride or a groom to B, and B pays A. B gives a bride or a groom to C, C pays B. C gives a bride or a groom to A pays C. Okay, so there's a cycle to this. The brides or grooms are going one way, and the payments are going the other way. Okay,
Now, if anybody fails in this cycle to provide a groom, or to provide, a bride or a groom, or fails to provide pay, there's a heavy penalty because you're breaking the exchange system. And then the rest is elaboration. And it took 500 pages for him to write that, but oh my gosh. There's just some stuff in here that, like, look at how he draws family trees. But it kind of makes sense. And so the way that what he'll do is he'll sort of describe how kinship terminology is a way to understand how those exchange systems work. So you could kind of think of the term like father in terms of like where does that sit in relation to exchange? So if I say father, well, the exchange would imply, well, here's the person who gives me inheritance, perhaps, or here's the person who cares for me. Right? Now, your biological father, you might not call that person a father. This is like one of the issues with translation, translating ancient kinship. So it changed how I see everything, because Claude Lévi-Strauss also wrote books about the exchange nature, or the structuralism of food and all of these other aspects of anthropology. And it just got me thinking that, like, wow, kinship might be everything in a sense. Because when you look at, I'm going to get to this thing next. There is a book sitting over here. Look at this thing. Look at this book. Look at that. See that book? See that? I'm just going to jump to that now. Anyway, Claude Lévi-Strauss, top 5. Behold these 10 commandments. Remember that? Look at this thing. This is Lewis Morgan's Consanguinity and Affinity of the Human Family. Systems of. This was written for the Smithsonian. This is Lewis Morgan's study of This is Lewis Morgan's study of kinship terminology. It's a comparative study specializing in Native American kinship terminology and connecting it in this mysterious way that I don't think we understand still to this day. Somehow Native American kinship terminology connects to South Indian, like Telugu and Tamil kinship terminology. Anyway, this thing is so I actually couldn't. This is uncut. See that? The pages are uncut still. It's just like an unbelievable book. So Lewis Morgan, again, say what you want about the guy. He really started laying the foundation for understanding kinship terminology in ancient society. Now, a lot of that might be wrong, because, first of all, the way that he acquired all the information was through questionnaires. And a lot of the time, the questionnaires were taken up by missionaries, Christian missionaries. And the missionaries were the ones that, like, usually spoke the language. But sometimes they didn't quite speak exactly the same language, because the term for father might not mean father, might not mean biological father. So in a kinship system, an ancient kinship system, father might to us be the maternal uncle. So sister might also include like first and second cousins on your mother's side. Right? Father's side. I don't know. Depends. Depends on which system they're working within. So that was a very hard book to read.
but it's very good. And it really, that was the first book I read this year about kinship. Okay, let's do a little bit more literature. Sophocles, the Oedipus cycle. I talked about this the other day. Oedipus is a fictional king. Thank you for whoever pointed that out. I've been reading about Oedipus for a long time. And René Girard's theory about Oedipus is that, the story is that this king, there's an oracle foretells that there's somebody who's to blame for the plague. And whoever it is that caused this plague is the person who killed his father, so he's a patricide, and he slept with his own mother, so he's incestuous also. Whoever did that is causing this plague. And says, well, we're going to find who that is. And it ends up being him, because he killed his father without knowing that it was his father, because he was adopted, and he married his father's widow, not knowing that that was his own mother. And he has children from her, right? So maybe not a true story, but the motif. Going down. He basically offers himself up as a human sacrifice. I talked about this the other day. I think that this is just like a standard sort of human sacrifice motif where it was very common to kill a third party, especially if they were crippled or blind, as Oedipus is blind at the end of Oedipus Rex. Digs his own eyes out. The idea that he dug his own eyes out might have been a retcon. Might have been that he was actually an oracle at some point, or somebody like him was an oracle who was sacrificed in order to resolve a plague. So, I read Greek myth largely through René Girard's lens. Violence and the Sacred being a good sort of cipher and deceit, desire in the novel. This is very good. Anyway, this is a classic, I guess. Isaac Asimov's Foundation, Part 1. So boring. Why am I reading this? I'm reading all three out of obligation. I don't really want to read these. I'm really not interested in reading them anymore. Like, this book, all the way up until Part 5, is just meetings. There's meetings talking politics. Well, you're gonna come and fight. Well, then you'll have to deal with this guy. Well, let's go and you go and have a meeting with that guy. Well, you see you have a lot of cargo. I don't want to buy it. Well, you should do this, and then you'll buy it. Okay, then I'll buy it. But you got to go to this guy, and then there's just meetings. All these meetings. I'm not enjoying it. Is the show any good? This says there's an Apple TV show. I can't imagine it's better. Now here's a parenting book. Making Children Mind Without Losing Yours. This is one of the greatest parenting books I've ever read, and I've only read a couple of them. This is really good. It gets into the idea of natural consequences or natural discipline, where you don't punish your kids. You just sort of let them, you just let them take losses. He's big on allowance. I started on an allowance system right after reading this. My kids never hassle me about money anymore. It's amazing. I just give them allowance. And they love working to make allowance. It's incredible. Like, they changed overnight. Their mental math got really good. Unbelievable. A great book. So anybody wants their kids, anybody's got kids and having a hard time with them, like, this is very good. It's very encouraging. It's never too late to parent well, people. Even if your kids are grown up, you can still learn to parent again. Nume Denis Fustel de Coulanger. I assume that's how you say this. The Ancient City. This is my top 10. So it won't make any pile. But this is fantastic. It's all about the ancient Roman city. Is that the Greek city? I think it's entirely about Rome. Yeah, I think it's entirely about Rome. Yeah. Oh, looks like there's some stuff about Greece in here. but it's mostly about Rome. And it's all about how religion was just at the religion is just like fundamental to the ancient city. It's fundamental to it. And you had every family had their personal altar. They had boundary stones, and in Rome, even if you sold your property, you had to maintain your altar there. Like you couldn't actually like move the grave. It's not how he puts it. You had to leave your grave there. And you had basically an easement onto that grave. So you had to keep making sacrifices there. Otherwise, your dead relative's gonna have a ghost wandering around. They couldn't have that. It was like a public health threat. You gotta read stuff like this because it just allows you to think like most people did. All people thought like that back then. And so when you read about like ghosts and myth and all this, you don't think that people are stupid anymore. You just realize how structural it was to the very just everyday economics. It's really good. My mentor wrote the foreword. It's also very easy to read. And I'm looking forward to reading one of his other books. This is going to be amazing, I'm sure. The Origin of Property and Land. Because I'm trying... My ongoing project is to understand the relationship between kinship, violence, and cities. Because I haven't found a book yet that like ties those things together. And I believe that they are intimately tied together. Like the only way that you can get a city, the only way that you can get iron technology is through kinship. And it's just a simple issue of inheritance transfer. But very good. This was written in 1864. La Cité Antique. And this made him really famous. Yeah. The Archaeology of Weapons. This is very enjoyable. It's more nitty-gritty than I needed, but Oakeshott talks about how the way that it's basically his method for understanding where blades, shields, buckles, whatever it might be, helmets, armor, what period they came from, like how they were manufactured or how they were forged. There's some parts in here that are really, really fascinating. Where there's an interesting period in the Middle Ages from the 11th to the 14th century, 12th to the 14th century. You have these swords that they don't really change much. Right? There's not much innovation in swords at a certain point. Maybe just a little bit of difference in the pommel. Even those are they don't really change much. The hilt changes to this one's got a little bit of a curve, but these are kind of the same. The shape of the blade is basically the same. So these type 10 to type 14 blades were almost the same, just different lengths really. And he's got this great quote because he collects these things. He's got this great quote. Let's see here too, some more of the hilts, some hilt variations. It's just really interesting. What I loved about this was that he starts to talk about weapons as sort of like speaking to your hand. So it's what's called an affordance, and affordance is really important. Let me tell you why. This cup has an affordance. Now I'm going to hold this cup up. If I were to hold this cup up to you, there's a certain affordance when you look at this, and it bears down on you. There's a part of your brain right now, especially if you were here in person, it'd be more effective. But if you were here, there would be an affordance in your mind of a hand kind of doing this, right? It's like you're sort of like simulating what it would be like to have to grasp this. If I were to do this, and I were to say, here, take this cup, take this dirty cup, Your affordance might be this, or it might be this, right? So this is an affordance. It's kind of like spiritual in a weird way, where I'm like affecting your brain just by holding up a dirty cup. If I were to hold up, you know, say, hey, if I hold this up, right? what does that do to your brain, right?
I gotta make sure I fix something real quick here.
And so with an affordance, it's the same thing with weapons. And the perfect weapon. These have an affordance to them, right? If you've never used them before, the affordance is something. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's like two hands. If you've used them a lot, maybe it changes your affordance a little bit. And Giacomo Rizzolatti writes about this in Years in the Brain. I brought this up probably in every podcast, every one of these things. Anyway, it's creating what's called an internal motor representation, this affordance. These nunchucks, like you just said, these nunchucks create an affordance in your mind that creates this little layer in your as an internal motor representation. Now, what that layer is doing is it's checking this, like he calls it an action vocabulary, where it's looking to see if you have any sort of like entries for these, right? Like I don't have many entries. I hate nunchucks because I always hit myself in the nuts with them, so I never use them. So I only have like a few entries. So my affordance is kind of like this, you know. That's my affordance. Bruce Lee's affordance would have had like a lot of different entries. So that IMR layer, that internal motor representation layer, is like kind of like it's a little flash in your personality. And once you grab it and use it, you've like executed that internal motor representation, the IMR. Once you execute the IMR, it basically expels it and it's gone. You no longer have that. So you resolve the intent. That matters for a lot of reasons, but I won't get into it. Try using a 3-section staff. I hate those things. And everybody's got a 3-section staff on their wall. You notice that? Like every martial arts school, like got a 3-section staff, and they've all got dust on the top because nobody ever touches those things. It's a death trap. Donald Brown, Human Universals. What can I say? Human Universals is kind of an interesting field of study because what he's trying to do is understand what universal trait exists in all humans and where that trait came from. So Noam Chomsky says that the universal is language. Carl Jung says that it's the archetypes. Donald Brown says it's, I guess it's the avoidance of incest. There's also color classification. He talks about those again, just like Berlin and Kay. And then there's like a gradualistic kind of Darwinist explanation as to how that came about. Which to me means that it's not a universal anymore. Like if it gradually came about, then why don't any other animals have those universals? It's kind of paradoxical. Oh, he's got a whole list of them here. Yeah, so anyway, I like the idea of seeking out human universals. It's actually kind of a little bit of a taboo topic in anthropology now. I don't know why, but I think people don't like the idea of human universals because it implies that like Darwinism stopped, and that doesn't like square with the theory. Robin Fox, Red Lamp of Incest, basically the same thing, but he says that the aversion to incest, yes, there is some kind of biological there is some kind of biological foundation there, because you'll see it sometimes with animals, especially animals that are like raised in close proximity. And he has an interesting cites an interesting study of an Israeli kibbutz where boys and girls were allowed to, like they would play. What would you say? Like it was very innocent what they would do, but they would be naked around each other, and like they would play around. They would do things that maybe nowadays you wouldn't let kids do. This is prepubescent children, and they just kind of let them do this at this kibbutz. And then those kids grew up, and they were totally, once they hit puberty, they like totally avoided each other. It was like something kicked in, and they just knew that like I don't go near that guy. I don't go near that girl. They just knew not to do that. Somehow they knew. And then they would, like, it was like 0% of them would hook up after puberty. That's pretty interesting. But anyway, his theory is that it's the, because they're not hillbillies. Yeah, maybe. But that's funny. I come from Reading. I get to laugh at that. What he says is that the incest avoidance and kind of instinct, or the incest avoidance, he believes came from the evolving growth of the amygdala, which gradually sort of helped us balance the relative value of like being able to just like have sex with our sibling or like not, and we chose not. And so again, it's a gradualist hypothesis that, again, you have to ask, why only us? And he has all kinds of reasons that it could have happened. But it's like, you're stuck in that paradox where it's like you have to like hypothesize why no animal has this issue, or no animal has like evolved a bigger amygdala. And of course, he goes into like an autocatalytic kind of theory again about, as we grew in group size and language and whatever. You can't. So like, as I'm going through these, like, can you tell I'm just exhausted with that kind of theory? Okay. There's some interesting questions here. So I actually have maybe some answers here. Okay. Let's see. The Geck. Is the incest taboo pretty universal across written history and cultures? Yes, it is universal. Totemism and Exogamy, James Fraser's book about kinship in North America, Africa, India, and Australia. Incest was punished with the death penalty. Like, always. It was like the ultimate crime. You were far worse off if you committed incest than if you committed murder. If you committed murder, you might get away with it, it's like with another tribe or something. But if you committed incest, you were dead. They would do like they would do this thing. I can't remember which place it was, but they would do like the volley of spears, where if you were accused of incest, like you had to stand in the middle of a field and they just threw spears at you, and you could do your best to try and deflect them. You get a little shield, but man, they did not mess around with incest. Now, people say, well, it's, they must have done that so that they could avoid, genetic collapse or some kind of like genetic deformities. But actually, Claude Lévi-Strauss makes a pretty good point that, even like first cousin marriage, even like sibling marriage, doesn't produce nearly as many like recessive traits as we've been led to believe. It's like a fairly low occurrence, especially if it's cyclical. And not only that, it takes multiple generations to actually see those effects emerge. And the fact that like people don't even worship their ancestors beyond like 3 generations back if they don't have a written language. Like even in China, it's like you only worship 4 ancestors back, or 5 maybe. Then you're not going to remember, genetic deformities coming because of something that happened, 6 generations ago. And what genetic deformity? A reduction of IQ by 5%? Well, that could also have benefits. You could also co-opt those people that go into the war, right? Like, it's just not. It's just not a compelling theory. Okay, the second one is yeah, avunculent marriage. All that means is like marriage with your cousin, and cousin marriage is universal. Like that's a universal practice. And if if we're gonna say that avunculate, avunculate marrying the uncle, yeah, that's another one. Like avunculate marriage, excuse me, that would be marrying the uncle, and yeah, that was also very common in like North America and Australia. I'm not convinced that it caused like genetic degradation at all. Maybe moral degradation. I don't know. It's not something I would advocate at all. But also bear this in mind. You have to keep something in mind. Like the idea of an uncle. Like to us, an uncle is related by blood, but to the ancient mind, an uncle is related by totem. And so, your maternal uncle, if you are in a matrilineal clan, your maternal uncle shares your totem. So he is like your father. You also get inheritance from him. But your paternal uncle on your father's side, he's a different clan. So you could technically, if you're a woman, you're clan A, your mother's clan A, your mother's brother is clan A, but your father is clan B because you're in a matrilineal system. So your father, his brother is also clan B. You can marry your father's brother. You could even marry your father in some places, which is nuts. I know. But bear in mind, too, the father would come in, he'd impregnate, and he'd be out. And he'd leave. You never even see the guy. So father marriage did sometimes happen. But that's usually like, that was like really inland. Like that's hillbilly territory. Not common. The second question was the Habsburgs had fairly well-known genetic defects. Like, are we sure that that's because of incest? Are we sure of that? Again, it's possible, but like one of the reasons. Okay, so like for example, Egyptian royal incest. Why would there be royal incest? Why would you do that? Well, here's why. If you have the throne, and the throne is passed down through the mother, as it was with the Aztecs, as it was in all matrilineal societies, right? So if you have the throne, then your biological child does not get excuse me. If you have the throne, then it's your sister's children who inherit the throne. So your nephew gets the throne. Your biological children don't. That's in a matrilineal system. So that's why, like Montezuma, his uncle, maternal uncle, took over after he died, and I think his like cousin took over after he died. So in matrilineal systems, your biological children, they don't necessarily get anything from you. They'll get things from their mother's brother. So there's one way around that, which is by marrying your sister. And if you marry your sister, then now your children will get the throne. Yay! And they say that a lot of Egypt did this. Like it was like a very common practice, and that might have just been because Egypt was a very cosmopolitan place. Egypt's very strange. It's an extremely strange place. It's a river. That's it. It's a river and a delta with two cities, right? Thebes and Alexandria. And so like you did not like live away from pop culture. So like court life was incredibly popular in Egypt. So whatever the courts did, you would probably do the same. And so if they're doing royal incest, well, you might as well do it too. Oh man. I need to take a water break in a minute. The Aztecs by Smith. This is a very sort of standard kind of 90s textbook about Aztecs. It's good. I read it because I was going to Mexico City. It's pretty like even-handed. He talks about human sacrifice. He talks about the history. Talks about the food. I don't know. Not much to say. A more interesting book about the Aztecs is this one, which is Bernal Diaz's Discovery and Conquest of Mexico. This is very interesting. So Bernal Diaz was with Cortez on his campaign in Mexico. Was it the Aztecs that invented basketball? That's what they say, right? And it's like that hip. They do like a hip thing. They hit the ball with their hip, and it has to go through this tiny hole. It seems impossible. Losers get sacrificed. Maybe, I don't know. I've looked into that. I don't know how often that happened. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it was written that way, but like maybe it was like a fake sacrifice. Just checking my messages. Looks like I'm okay. But Bernal Diaz's story about the conquest of Mexico, it's pretty amazing. It has a lot of authenticity to it. I'm sure there's a lot that got kind of. It's probably a lot of exaggeration too, because bear in mind, like all of the histories that were coming out of Spain at the time were influenced by chivalry, right? So all these books on chivalry, which were all the hot thing at the time, like they were writing history books like that too. So there's a lot of quotes in here about like it's very flattering of Cortez, let's just say. But it's also flattering of like the Aztecs too. Like it's not a mean-spirited book. It talks very kindly about all the people who were, being murdered by the Aztecs and how these people were sick of that. And, we can debate whether or not this was the real reason that they were there, but they claimed, that's what Bernal Diaz writes, that like they were there to eliminate human sacrifice because they see it everywhere. There's this disgusting part where like they go to this backwoods kind of temple town, and I guess all towns had temples, but it was this like backwoods temple, and the priests came out and they were like all sleep deprived and they'd been fasting, and their hair, because they grew their hair long, their hair was matted with blood, and they smelled like corpses because they'd been sacrificing for like weeks. Oh, anyway, nobody liked that except the Aztecs, and then of course the story of how they like the military campaign of taking Tenochtitlan. It's really an amazing scene the way that it's written. All the boats and like the sheer numbers were unbelievable. Fascinating stuff. Despite the sacrifice. So the thing is that like it probably wasn't as widespread as. I actually don't know. I don't know how many people died. It's hard to know. This says that there were temples that just had skulls from ceiling to like floor to roof. Floor to ceiling just covered in skulls. Yeah, I don't know. Like Apocalypto's got its own agenda, right? And I don't think it would have been as like dour as that, right? I don't think it was like that. I think that people had a more holistic view of human sacrifice, probably to the tune of like, well, this is what I would have done to them too. Right? Like if you're being led up to, have your heart cut out, you're probably thinking like, yeah, I would have done this too had I won. So they might have kind of taken it in stride. I don't know, but I know that, but they did have the vicarious kind of like virgin sacrifices that Sahagan talks about, and he says that they had to like get those women drunk because otherwise they'd cry, and crying would make the gods mad. This is a great little book. Noel Perrin. I just found this randomly at a bookstore. Giving Up the Gun. This is the history of Japan giving up the gun. So they had firearms during the shogunate at the beginning in the 16th century, and what they found was that these peasant farmers who had like no military skills could be co-opted
to go on a campaign against samurai. And so the samurai would show up and they'd be like, they'd be doing their like initial, they always do like an intro to the battle where they discuss who they are and all this. And then like some dude would just pot shot the guy and take him out. And then the samurai would go, "You can't do that. Like we have title. You can't do that." And so they go at the gunman, and the gunman would just pop him off. In Japan, being amazing, by the way, at metallurgy, because they had already perfected the sword, it wasn't difficult for them to perfect the firearm. And they made firearms that could work in the rain. And they were matchlock, but they worked. They worked really well. And at a certain point, the shogun, I think it was after like 80 years or so, the shogun's like, "All right, stop this, stop it. Like, all these peasants are killing the best samurai with like no effort, and this has to stop." So what he did was he isolated all the manufacturers. He says, "Okay, so he didn't say that. What he said was like, "Wow, yeah, you guys are really good at making guns. So here's what I want you to do. Why don't you move to Edo? Let's bring all the factories to Edo." And I go, "Oh, okay, let's go to Edo." And so they went to Edo and they set up shop. And the shogun's like, "Okay, the next thing, I'm going to make sure that all the orders go through me. So I'm going to check them and make sure they're okay for you." And they go, "Oh, great, yeah." And so naturally, all the orders start going through the shogun, and the shogun doesn't pass any of them off to the arms manufacturers. And the arms manufacturers are just like, "What are we doing? Are we going to make any of these guns?" And he's like, "Yeah, you will. And why don't you make some swords for right now?" So they make some swords, made some amazing swords at that time. So the same guys. And then eventually the shogun's like, "Yeah, we're not doing this anymore. So go ahead and close up shop. No more guns." So by the 17th century, they were done. And they took all the guns and cannons. They make cannons too. They take all the guns and cannons and take them down south. So here's a funny story: is that one of the, I don't know which one it was, but one of the shoguns had these Buddhist bells, these brass or bronze, I always get them mixed up, bells melted down to make cannons, right? They made a bunch of cannons, and he said, "Nah, scrap it. We're gonna get rid of all the guns." So then he took all the guns and sold them for scrap in the south. England comes and buys them for 10 cents on the dollar. And what do? They take them back to Scotland, they melt them down, and they make bells again. It'd be a good book. From Guns to Bells. I think I finished Lynn Thorndike's series this year, which was 6,700 pages. It's this. Whatever. It's huge. It took me about a year and a half to finish it. And it's the history of magic and experimental science. And this changed how I see science. Completely changed how I see science. Lynn Thorndike goes through, I wrote a blog on it. It's on my site. Just look up Lynn Thorndike. That's Lynn and Thorn, D-I-K-E. And basically, every science begins with some kind of lofty ambition. And, for example, Copernicus was an astrologer. Now, he doesn't have astrology in his book, but Rheticus, who is his contemporary, he wrote about how Copernicus had an entire astrology that he pioneered because of the moving Earth. So the moving Earth, the Earth moving around the sun, was just a new kind of astrology to Copernicus. Now, of course, heliocentrism is like one of the greatest scientific discoveries of all time. But we can't believe this like retcon myth that Copernicus was like a humble man who questioned the church's idea that the Earth is at the center of the universe. He questioned it, and he was humble because he thought, you know what, we don't have, Earth is not so special. Maybe Earth goes around the sun. That's not what happened. Like, he was just comparing his data against Ptolemy's data, and he found that the epicycles were just like not checking out based on his own data, and that when he reformulated it to go to a heliocentric system, it made more sense. All the data fit better. There's a ton of examples of like alchemy
It's really interesting stuff about the Spanish Inquisition, witch hunting. I can't. It's kind of hard to recommend a 6,700 page book series, but I would. I would put that in the top 5, but it really is from last year's reading, so I'm not going to. I just wrote about this one, The Genetical Theory of Natural Selection. This is Ronald Fisher's book. So this is essentially the textbook on modern genetics. So before Ronald Fisher made this book, Darwin didn't know how traits were passed down. It wasn't clear. He knew it was through reproduction, but it wasn't clear how characteristics were passed on. Meanwhile, Mendel across the pond, was he in Austria? He was doing genetic work with plants, and he was discovering, heterozygotes, homozygotes, the dominant and recessive genes. He was discovering that at like around the same time, and he and Darwin never put these things together. And it wasn't until 1930 when Ronald Fisher says, "Hey, wait a minute! If you combine Mendelian genetics with natural selection, you can actually predict how often dominant and recessive traits will emerge within a society. And if you combine that with Malthusian population statistics, then you could determine how quickly a population might wipe itself out due to some kind of recessive gene." So everything that we know and love about modern genetics comes from this book, and that's kind of funny because there are a few chapters in the end about eugenics. Now, it's not specifically racial genetics. It's really just him trying to find a way to make sure that the upper class breeds at an adequate rate to maintain itself as an upper class. And that includes social welfare programs and family stipends. He doesn't talk about race, specifically. He does talk about maintaining the race. So modern synthesis has a significant chunk of eugenics attached to it. That it seems as though a lot of modern evolutionary books are always trying to distance themselves from, because it's not a good look. This is one of the worst books I've ever read, by the way. Oh yeah, phrenology, measuring people's heads. Yeah, that was you're right. That's this is my issue with encephalization hypotheses. So the hypothesis that we became human, we evolved, which caused our brains to get bigger because we were getting smarter. I think that's just really lazy science to say that. Because okay, what about people with small heads? There's some interest. Lancashire Joe is this classic example of. I think this guy. So the typical human brain is 1,300 cc's or 1,250. Lancaster Joe had an 800 cc brain. Seemed to live a fine life, had language, no issue. He was definitely human. So I'm not quite sure why we, on the one hand, say that encephalization, the growth of the brain, is what determines hominization, while at the same time, if somebody's born with a head that's too small, like microencephaly, that person is still a person. It's just not an adequately minimal hypothesis of the person, right? It's not an exclusive human property, let's just say. I'm almost done. Okay, this is going to be a tough one. But I'm going to make a hard decision right now and say that this is number 5 of the most important books. I might take that back later, but this is Darwin's book, Variation of Animals and Plants. It's 2 volumes. I'm reading the second one right now. And the reason that is, yeah, I think that's number 5. Maybe. I don't know. Now I'm starting to question it. Anyway, it's really good. Because Darwin, at this time, this is after Origin of Species. Yeah, lobotomizing, exactly. Like, there's a lot of like shoddy science that came out of encephalization theories. Also, oh my gosh, what was his name? Not Ronaldo. Was it Diaz? Psycho PSY Psychohistory. Look up Psycho. No, it's not Psychohistory. That's Asimov. Psychostat. Civilized society, toward a psycho-civilized society. So this is Jose Delgado. He's the one who put a switch in a bull's brain where when he hit a button on a remote control, it turned off the aggression. And he's like, here we go. This is a solution to our problems. Good luck with that. Anyway. So domestication, variation of plants, animals and plants. I think that this is one of my favorite books because he is in questioning mode here. This is a big question, which is he's looking at domestic animals. He's looking at the hundreds of different domestics of chickens, dogs, all the different breeds of pigeons. He was a big pigeon guy. Bear in mind too, Darwin came from wealth. His family had a farm. So they were big on domestication. They had a ton. He was a big pigeon collector, apparently. And he had a ton of trees. He knows all this stuff about trees. That's why all of his books are about, like, farming. And he really wanted to contribute, I think, to farming and, like, domesticating animals and plants. And Origin of Species is just sort of this, like, attempt to understand people and where these species come from. So variation of plants and animals and plants is a more critical look at speciation. And what he does is he looks at all these domesticated animals and he says, like, you know what, these aren't actually different species. These all come from an original species. So like chickens come from Gallus bankiva, which came from India. Nectarines and peaches, they all come from an almond in Persia. And it got me thinking, when people say there are 10,000 to 20,000 species of birds, what does that mean? Does that really mean that there are 20,000 different bird species that can't interbreed, or if they did, they'd make a hybrid? Or are there really like 200 species, and within all those there's like 100 on average different breeds that could hybridize and make offspring? Which one is it? Because you hear, on the environmentalist side of the aisle, they say, well, we've wiped out 90% of the world's species or something. We need to define species. He was arguing about this back in 1870, and we've not settled the issue. So it's very good food for thought. Yep, that's in my top 5. All right, I'm going to go kind of quickly through these. History of matrimonial institutions. There are 2 of them. This was kind of a drag. Not impressed. This is Howard's book about the history of marriage in the U.S. Just some interesting stuff about how, like, Quakers, Jews, and a few others were given like special exemptions in the U.S. that they didn't quite have in England. Of course, in England, if you wanted to get married, you had to go through the Anglican Church. The big innovation in American marriage is you didn't have to do that anymore. Interesting, like, history of marriage, but not that interesting. First Maccabees I talked about. Great way to understand the sort of, like, intertestamental period. So I started Howard's Matrimonial Institutions Part 3 and I gave up. I started also Raymond Tallis's The Hand. I gave up. Just don't. It's about how special the hand is.
I just don't think it's very good. Okay, we are almost there. Now, this is why I was having a hard time picking my number 5 of my top 5. It's because I also read these. This is Zixing Liu. I think that's how you say his name. Zixing. All right, go back to my Mandarin classes. Zixing Liu. This first book is unbelievably good. In terms of sci-fi fiction, I have this issue, and I don't know if it's true, but I tend to pick, like, I've never really been a fiction guy, and I've never really read sci-fi, and I was like, oh, I'll start with this one, and it's so unbelievably freaking good. Now, I don't like the message. I don't like this idea that, like, and you know, he expands on it in Dark Forest and Death's End, and then we're getting into like Drake equation stuff, right? Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox is, well, abiogenesis is true. Therefore, there must be life on other planets, and odds are there is intelligent life, and odds are that intelligent life is trying to communicate with other intelligent life. So why aren't we seeing them? And the Dark Forest theory is that, oh, well, they must know that it's dangerous to do that, so they're hiding. Very simple, unfalsifiable hypothesis that starts to turn into a religion, right? And then by the time he gets to Death's End, it starts to get ridiculous. Spoiler alert, the universe ends. There's like 1.7 million species. And then everything starts over. It's weird. But first 2 books, incredible. And I watched the first episode of the Netflix series. Really didn't like it. Really seemed cheap, actually. It seemed like a really cheap show. Like, you know, the part where they changed the main character to a female. She just didn't fit, man. Like, they cast the wrong girl. They should have cast a nerdy-looking girl. You're gonna change it to a female. Don't have like a make it work, and they didn't. But there's this part where, you know, you start seeing this timer on his eyes, and like the CG of the timer is just like not impressive. It just looks like a cheap kind of After Effects overlay. I just thought it was like really low quality. Like, it's almost like they shot the show and they're like, hey, quick, get the timer thing on there. Just get it done. Like, there's no like art to it or anything. It doesn't feel like it's part of the eye. You know, so it just felt like, I don't know. I didn't want to watch it. And I watched the Chinese show. I watched a few episodes of that, and that was a little bit better. But there's this amazing character. What's his name? Oh, man, this guy is so amazing. He's the cop. The cop. What was his name? Shirchiang. Was that him? Yeah, Shirchiang. So he's this cop, and he's just kind of like this very intuitive, hard-nosed cop. Just amazing character. And then in the show, they kind of cast this like very poppy-looking Chinese dude with like slick hair. They just didn't do it right. I wish it. You know what? I wish it had been made into a Korean show. Then I bet you they would have nailed it. So this almost made my top 5. Last but not least, I read through the whole Bible again this year. I'm in a Bible group. We read through the whole Bible in a year in this group. It's really hard to read in order in the Bible. It's really hard to read in order, and here's why. Because once you get to the major prophets, it's slow, man. Like, it's actually like, whenever anybody reads the Bible, they start out in Genesis, and it's exciting and it's fun. You get all the way through Genesis. And Jacob, it kind of gets weird a little bit because that seems like a really old story.
But then you get back into Joseph, and it's just like golden reading, right? It's awesome. So then you get through Genesis, and you're like, man, I'm not even gonna sleep. I'm just going straight to Exodus. And it's Moses. Oh man, they're killing all the kids, dude. Moses, do so. Oh, he's growing up in the royal court. Oh, he kills like, dude, get out of there, get out of there. Oh, he's at the burning bush. Whoa, what's he gonna do? He goes back. Oh, it's the plagues. Get him, get out of there. The Passover. Oh my gosh! And now they're in the desert. The Sinai with the fire and the shofar. Goes up, he gets the 10 Commandments, and then we've got the golden calf, and then we've got building the tabernacle, building the tabernacle, building the tabernacle, building the tabernacle, 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 laws, 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 more laws, laws about the priesthood. Now we've got Leviticus, sacrifice laws. 5 chapters of sacrifice, 8 chapters of sacrifice laws. And now we've got laws about the priesthood. Laws, 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 laws about death, laws about killing, laws about cleanliness, an entire chapter on skin diseases, numbers. Oh, here's a little bit of a story. Oh, now we're back to laws, 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 cities of refuge. Oh, here's a story. Laws, laws. Okay, now we're in Deuteronomy. Okay, this is a speech. Law. Okay, so this is like a recap. First, we got Moses telling a recap, and then we're back to the 10 Commandments. Laws, laws, law. Okay, you get the point. That's just through Deuteronomy. That's the Torah. And then you get into... So then things get interesting when you go into Joshua, but it gets gnarly because Joshua and Israel are going out and like killing women and children. It's hard reading. And then you get to Judges, and things just like seem to take a complete left turn with Judges, because then Judges is like, where's Joshua? Where are the tribes? Like the tribes aren't even really mentioned in Joshua. In Judges. Okay, so then after Judges, then you start getting into the history books. So you get to 1st and 2nd Samuel. A lot of history. You know, we got David. Cool. This is a great story. And now we're back on track. And we got David. Very interesting. He kills Goliath. It's the whole thing with Jonathan. It's beautiful. It's a great storytelling. And then he has Solomon. Solomon builds a temple because David couldn't. It's beautiful. And then it's just like, now there's a fight. Now the Davidic monarchy's over. What happened? It was like 2 kings and it's over. What happened? And then it's just a bunch of other kings that are messing up. Israel's divided in 2, and there's just war after war after war, 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 war. Oh, here's one king that does well. Oh, no, it's war, war, death. This guy does bad, idolatry, more golden calves, right? Over and over, like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of pages of just history. Okay, and then you get to the prophets, and Isaiah is 60-something chapters of like prophesying, you know. And so if you read in order, it feels like that. It feels like a complete chore. And people usually tap out at around Exodus 22, because that's after the 10 Commandments, and people are like, dang, this is boring. I'm just going to piss off and move on. Because then you don't even get to the exile. Because the exile, when you get to Daniel and to Ezra, is really that's the climax of the Old Testament, is the exile. And people miss this, man. Like I'm shocked. I'm really shocked when I talk to Christians, or any believer for that matter, who's read the Bible, and they don't know what the Babylonian exile was. That's the climax of the Old Testament, guys. So if you don't know the Babylonian exile, then you do not understand Israel. You can't. You just don't know. You don't have the context. You don't understand how Yahwism survived. Like as a kernel of thought, you just don't have the context for it. So reading through the Gospels again. I really like this time. I listed out the miracles, and I have an analysis I'm going to do on that, which I'm excited to talk about. And then going through Paul, and I wrote about my Paul adventure. Those are the books of 2024. I also have a stack of books that I started in 2024 but haven't finished. It's quite a stack. I mean, it's that one. But I'm not even going to get into those because this has been a long thing. But I don't even know how many books. Oh, there are a few more that I actually don't have the books for. So I have Richard Anderson's Writing That Works. That's a great book, like for creative writing and like ideation. Writing That Works is a great book. The Drama of the Gifted Child. That's another Alice Miller book. It's actually over there, but I'm not going to pull it out. But that was the first Alice Miller book. After that, she did For Your Own Good. Drama of the Gifted Child is also incredibly good. It's good for yourself to understand your own. It's good for understanding how neglect might work. Okay. Laura Anderson's When Religion Hurts You. I was given this book. Was recommended this book due to a situation in my life, and When Religion Hurts You is not a good book. Just gonna say that right now. Not a good book. She wrote it as if from the perspective of being abused in a church, which is a very real experience. And the church that she was abused in was very seemed as if it had like, it was kind of like racist kind of tone to it. And there's a lot of like, this is a book about therapy and about getting out of religious abuse. But then it kind of devolves into talking about like the evils of not just the evils of racism, but also how white people need to particularly like contemplate their role in racism. And I'm like, okay, thanks. That's not why I'm reading this book. Okay, Watchman Nee's The Spiritual Man. Oh, it's so good. It's 800 pages. But man, it's just this really interesting combination of like traditional Chinese philosophy with Christianity. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Watchman Nee, N-E-E, The Spiritual Man. Oh, it's so good. I started reading Calculus. I don't think I'm going to finish. I read a book by John Hart, Revolutionary Mexico. Very hard to read. I gave up. It was extremely academic. Anthropology. The Navajo by Downs. Not as good as the Navajo kinship book, but it's okay. But I think he's another guy that lived with the Navajo. All right, Louis Gray's Mythology of All Races, Latin American mythology. I'm just in the process of that right now, so I will finish that later. Noam Chomsky's Counter-Revolutionary Violence, Bloodbaths in Fact and Propaganda. The title got truncated. Yeah, I write a little bit about Chomsky in the book, If These Fists Could Talk. Chomsky has two kinds of books. He has linguistics books, which are extremely scientific, and then he has political books, which are extremely political. And my issue, well, in any kind of like Noam Chomsky must-read book list, doesn't have his linguistics books for some reason. It's always got, all this political stuff about capitalism or America or Israel or something. Now, whatever his politics might be, what I can't quite understand is how you can have such a scientific view of linguistics and have such an unscientific view of violence. Because counter-revolutionary violence is all about the horrors of, American imperialism and capitalism in Vietnam, in Cambodia and Laos. All that's fine and good, except there are moments when he discusses, for example, farmers getting shot, and what he says is that these are just farmers. They weren't doing anything. They didn't have weapons. Are you sure? Because I've seen legendary weapons of China, man. I know what farm tools are. They're also weapons. Now that seems like a low blow, but if, let's say, a soldier wound up in a field in Vietnam, and you have 15 guys with pitchforks, is that not a threat? Right? And it's just a question, right? And I'm not defending American imperialism. What I'm questioning is the blanket usage of the term violence to only define one side and not the other, right? And so what Chomsky does is kind of the opposite of what conservatives do, right? What he does is he defines American imperialism and capitalism as violence and terrorism, and counter-revolutionary and counter-revolutionary work is violence and terrorism, and whereas like peasant uprisings and revolutions, communist revolutions, like that's political and sometimes warfare. Okay, on the other side of the aisle, you have communism is violence, and uprisings are violence, and riots are violence, but like imperial warfare and making sure that our interests overseas are defended, like that's warfare. He's just doing the same thing as the other side. And I just can't understand why you would do that and then go over here and write these scientific linguistics books that are incredibly good. Really annoying. The last one I have on here is automatic writing and gyroscoping. What a way to end this. Automatic writing. That's where you go into a trance, somebody gives you a pen and you write what the spirit tells you to write. And it's a book about like how to do that for fun. It's kind of like the spirographs. Remember those things with the gears? Is there automatic writing for spirographs? So in total, again, man, 25,590 pages. Somebody asked how many pages do I read in an hour. I'm slow, about 15 on average, 15 pages per hour, because what I'm reading is like really dense anthropology and history. It takes forever. I take a lot of notes because I'm writing books at the same time. Is there anything? Yeah, I won't talk about the current books I'm reading because I've been on here for hours. But that was fun. Cool. I don't know what my number was. The books. I think it's like not that many books because the books I read are like between let's see. Equal. Let me try to do a count. Equals count. So I finished 66 books. So I read 66 books, plus or minus a few, maybe 70, just to round it up, which is like not much more than like there's the 52 books in a year thing, a book a week. I barely made that because when your book a week is Howard's Matrimonial Institutions, 500 pages, or any of these, it take a while. So that's why I don't do the book a week thing. I just try and hit 25,000 pages a year. Even that is like really hard, because that means about 68 pages a day. Let's see. Let's answer a few questions here. let's see. I know my experience in church was not spent on education. Definitely non-theologian approach. People talking about church. Yeah, I was raised in Catholic church. I don't do that anymore. I don't go to any churches anymore. I feel like I just don't. I feel like I've just had too many questions now, and it's usually stuff where like, especially stuff about the Old Testament, where I'm not very satisfied with the answers that churches give. There's not. And like, we're talking about the rainbow movement, and I was in a we need to be really careful about how we approach any kind of brokenness. Because if we get too wrapped up in the politics of it all, then you lose track of the person. And when people start acting out in political ways, or if they make these very kind of broad statements about capitalism, white people, black people, whatever, Israel or Muslims, when they make these broad statements, then you're losing track. If we just look at them as political beings and not as wounded children, then you're missing the call for help. You're missing the call for help. When people shoot up dance clubs and schools and churches, that is a call for help. As a lofty message, highly tinged with religiosity, that they can't quite define. And we have to be able to have a dialogue with these people before that happens. And you see them all the time before it happens. They do. There's a lot of exposition. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of shouting. If you have kids, you recognize that for what it is, which is a wounded child. And if you're going to yell at your own wounded child, some people just want the wounded child to shut up. Okay? Like, and this is what you get when you see parents, for example, when a child acts out emotionally in some way, when the child's just mad. He's just mad. I don't know why. I'm just mad. I'm shouting, and I don't like this, nothing. And as a parent, your gut might say, like, just shut up. Just make him shut up. Because that's reminding me of my weak child. And so to shut up your own weak child, you want them to shut up. And you say, shh. It's okay. No, shh. Here, eat this candy. Have this screen. Do this thing. Like, move on. Don't have an emotion. Well, you're teaching the kid that their emotions can't be trusted. And that there's nothing to hear with those emotions. And with a child, you have to be a translator for a child. There's no really such thing as parenting, in my opinion. Like parenting is showing up, like they say. I believe that, and having a roof and food and unconditional love. But you're also translating. You have to be a translator, because your child is going to have all these emotions. And what you have to do is say, okay, got it. Yeah, I hear all that. Wow, it sounds... And then you translate. You translate. And then the child really trusts you that they can have an emotion around you. And so long as they believe that they can have an emotion around you, then they start to have their own sort of gut that they start to trust their own gut. They listen to their own emotions. Then they can have a relationship with their inner child. And so we do that with we should do that with our children, and we need to do that with anybody who's acting out politically right now. And you see it on both sides. I see idiots on both sides. In fact, you saw it especially with like Antifa and Proud Boys. going out fist fighting each other. These are children who like need help, who are crying out for help. Both of them want meaning. Both of them have a religion that they've joined. Like Gavin McInnes's Proud Boys, it's almost like a spoof cult, because like the way that they would jump people in. So you stand there and they punch you, and you have to name 5 cereals. You have to name 5 cereals, and that they're not really pretending that it's anything but a gang. Like it is. That's what it is. And then there are all these, like, there are a couple other rules, and the lashing out is like the call of children. And so if you're going to call yourself a believer, and you are going to live what you think is a life of love, then stop politicizing what they say. Stop doing that. Be a parent. Be someone who's trustworthy. And this is why I've yet to see Jordan Peterson invite quote unquote woke kids with blue hair. And it's this derogatory term now, where it's been politicked. When, like, isn't he the perfect person to like talk about what might be going on with these kids? And it's like, it's never a conversation. It's always kind of like angry, and it turns into politics. And so what I really hope is that somebody out there, especially in the clinical field, can like get beyond this crap and start to actually like show love. I would really like that. That could heal a lot of wounds, because, you know, modern world is it's a tough place. You know, it's very desacralized. Yeah, Peterson, you know, he says, make your bed. Okay. Like, is that what you tell your kid when they come to you and they say like, hey Dad, I really just don't feel like I have anything to live for? Well, make your bed, eh? That's I don't think that's what he says. You know, and yeah, love doesn't trend on YouTube. Amen. There's too much money in politics. So anyway. All right. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm going to clean up this mess. Thank you all for tuning in. That was the year-end reading 2024. This is a 4.5-hour podcast. What are you guys doing here? All right. Happy New Year. Have a good one.